Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, April the 21st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Starkey, and thank you, Pepe. Okay, so both rooms good to go. So Los Lobo, yeah, Lobo is now sitting over $1. AI in the press release. So that is that's the reason, I guess, the pop for Lobo, low float. Not well, it's low float. 11 million in the float, 65 million are traded already. When I looked at the monthly chart, it looked like around $1.22. Say $1.22. Yeah, the next high. Yeah, the next high in the monthly chart is say $1.21, and then after that, $1.27. If it gets through those levels, your next high in a monthly chart is way up there at around 241. So let's put a price alert there and just see if it powers through. It's already up 109%. I get it, but could go higher, especially if it takes out these monthly highs. You can see it's right at the levels right now. The bid ask is 116, 117, 117, 118. So it's right at these levels right now for Lobo. Yeah, give me a moment, guys, to figure out what I want to do with this one. While I'm trying to figure that out, LOCL, don't see any news. I mean, there's an annual shareholders meeting and all that sort of stuff, but I don't see any other news on this one. It is up 54%. This is a lot. That's a real low float, 2.8 million. 39 million have traded already through the 200-day moving average. I mean, no, I don't see any news today for it. Okay, guys, Lobo is a little potential energy building up here, perhaps, if it's a big pop through 120. Not anticipating it's going to, but upgrades Claw AI platform. I wonder if that's trying to be like Claude. Anyway. Okay, guys, what else? BIYA, that's a China stock. BIYA, another lot of volume already. 41%. I could not see any news on this one. Don't see any news on it. SPRB. Okay, let's take a look at some of the ones that are down. SPRB did a financing. The financing is at $50, so it's above the financing price. It's being punished down 20%, but it is above the financing price. Okay. So that's one financing. There's another financing. CRML, another popular one, guys. CRML. They also did a financing, and I think it was at $10. So it's a little above. Yeah, it's above the financing price. They did a financing at $10. Because we're talking about Webull. Hey guys, Lobo, right at 120, 119, 120, excuse me. Got to pop through that 122 mark. All right, guys. Well, let's see if it has some legs. Excuse me, right now. After taking out that monthly high. So trying to hold that 120 mark. All right. Well, I've got a thumbnail, so I know what it's doing. Thumbnail on one of my other monitors, so know what it's doing. Take a look at XRTX. Not a lot of room. The next high is 280 or so, so not a lot of room. Just watching. Hopefully, it's going to hold that 120 mark for the low ball. I'm in it, so that's why I'm hoping want to hold that 120 mark. Him selling off on Amazon News, really? I see him's right here, HIMS. Hasn't hit my news yet, William. I'm sure you're right, but it hasn't hit my news yet. At Interactive Brokers. Good cheap one, guys. For those of you who like the real cheap ones, Orbs, just over $1. Obviously, though, it is out there, William. There's no question because Hims is taking a big hit now. The other one, why is Beyond Meat? Beyond Me, guys. Seriously, look at Beyond Meat. Look at the run it's had last week and this week now. Okay, I knocked myself out of the Lobo, guys. I'll wait again to see if it takes out 120. I might get back in, but with a loss on the Lobo. So I'm going to get my price alert back on the Lobo at the 120 mark. I had a little bit of profit on it, but I was looking for a lot more. So I will reset my price alert around 122. Click CLIK, up 32%. But I looked at it this morning, but it's really fading. It's really fading. It's another China stock. Low float. Click Holdings targets Hong Kong $500 million annual revenue, and 3-year silver economy push. Okay, that's the news on Click this morning. Car. Boy, oh boy, what's the reason? I mean, who's renting cars these days? Who's renting cars these days? I bet Uber and it's an amazing run. It truly is an amazing run, guys. I mean, one, two, three, four, say 5 weeks ago, this was a $100 stock. I mean, it's six times, basically six times. Why? There's got to be a reason. Obviously, there's some reason why Carr Davis Budget Group has ripped over the last 5 weeks, basically gone up six times. Yeah, but why? I mean, you can call it a short squeeze, but what was the initial reasoning for moving higher? I don't know. May 4th was earnings, or is earnings coming up? Anyway, I just didn't think people were renting cars as much, Chief. You know, taking an Uber instead of the hassle of renting a car and all. But obviously, I'm wrong. The car, well, what's the float also? What is the float for cars? Is some crazy low? Yeah, well, that's the reason. I mean, look at the float, 17 million in the float too, for a $600 stock. So that is really one of the reasons, of course, why I can have this sort of a move. Well, unless it's another one of these meme stocks that other than that, but I mean, usually there's got to be some kind of fundamental reason. I mean, it's a big company. Anyway, I'm just amazed. I had no idea. I had no idea this was a $100 stock 6 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago. I mean, I suppose we could say the same thing about Beyond Meat right now, BYND, but the difference is, look at the float for Beyond Meat, 459 million shares in the float. So anyway, it is what it is. Still don't see that news, William. It's got to. I mean, it's got to be the news, Amazon. But you would think, I would think with IB. I mean, usually it's pretty darn good, but I still do not see that news on HIMS. But you can see it. Well, they're a new product. I mean, what they came up with, some kind of a drink, a collaboration with what the Big Geyser or something like that in New York. I mean, I did see that then, but it just seems like with that sort of a float, though. Anyway, it is. You know what? I just have to. We have to trade what we see. That's all. LAES. So the next high is 307. And if it takes that out, then we've got a high of 358. LES advances post-quantum cryptography in silicon to counter AI-driven threats following Anthropic's Mythos breakthrough. Okay. Not a low float, 197 million in the flow. I'm talking about the LAES. Okay, Lobo. Well, let's see if you can get back over 120 again. Get me back in. Oh, man, XRTX really had a pop. I was looking at it down here at 296, but it is really popping now, guys. And regaining NASDAQ compliance. So they went through a bunch of reverse splits. So they've regained NASDAQ compliance. And they did a 1-for-5 reverse split on April 6th. Take a look at PBM, guys. I just was curious to see what these psychedelic ones are doing today. Kind of flat on 25 cents from yesterday's high or yesterday's close. That's PBM. So a bit of a bounce now for HIMS, guys. I mean, the low down here was 28.23, so but a $1 bounce now for HIMS. Finally, Amazon One Medical introduces weight management program. So never disputed it, of course, William. It was just I was surprised it didn't show up in my Interactive Brokers headlines. Yeah, XRTX is just there's no news on this. I mean, they regained Nasdaq compliance. I mean, there's no news that I can see other than that. Edible EDBL, guys, another cheap one. Wins expanded fresh cut herb supply program at Target. Okay, well, that's nice news for that company. Look at the float, guys. Yeah, look at that float. 740,000 in the float for EDBL. There's been multiple reverse splits. The Target in the name, though, in the press release, so it's going to get some interest. Those guys, I mean, Edible on the move here. EDBL on the move. The next high looking left. I think it has some room. 130, well, 135 is the next high. And then if we break through that, 175. Okay, so and it just did. It just tried to anyway. That was what was the high right there? 135. So it's at 139 now. Waiting for a bit of a pullback. Change from the open window. Which one is that, Sure. Are you checking the race or what are you talking about? Wow, look at that edible now. I did not take it. That's making Lobo look. Yeah, pre-market actives. That's on my homepage. So go to my homepage, and it's a pre-market actives up and down. That's all it is. Okay. Wow, look at edible now. That was the one. Okay. You know how to go to my homepage? Just click on my homepage link. Just put the link in. Scroll down. Scans. Here they are. Pre-market actives up. Pre-market actives down. Now, what it might look like, it might not look. It'll probably be a grid. Okay, like a top list. All you have to do is select tree map. Let me show you what I mean. If I uncheck show tree map, it's going to be a grid, and if I check show tree map, it's going to show. Yeah, okay, that's all. Well, that's the reason, guys. You put target in the name. I mean, I don't know. I mean, who knows how much they're going to make because of this? Doesn't matter. You put target in the name of a little stock like this, and you're going to get some enthusiasm. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. And the SPY, let's go to the, excuse me, the SPY. Well, the SPY is actually drifting down now. It's up to 711 or 712, 7 up here, but it's now up a couple of points. Still up for the day, up from yesterday's close. Yeah, I probably wouldn't short this one anyway, just because I just have an aversion to shorting stocks under 5. But yeah, I mean, if it was a nice short, if you took it. Okay, guys, Lobo. It's starting to make a move. Maybe it's found a bottom. And again, watching that 122 mark again. Now, guys, I think I'm going to get interrupted pretty soon here. Unfortunately, it'll be at the open, but nothing I can do about it. So 40-cent drop for edible EDBL. Floated Lobo again. Floated Lobo 11 million. Oh, it's hard to know when to order it, when to get back in, if ever. I mean, it might be over now, Steph. I mean, it's pulling back a lot. I mean, that's 168 down to 128. VWAP's at 140, so it's underneath the VWAP. You know, Pepe, my charts got all screwed up somehow. Okay, give me a moment. What time is it now? 9:28. Let me do this quickly. Yeah, something all got screwed up. I lost my VWAP on my charts. Hmm. Okay, guys, it's 9:29, so about 45 minutes for the 9:30 open. Give me a moment if I can just quickly get these. All right, guys, we're now open for business. The 9:30 open is now happened. I'm going to keep watching the Lobo. Okay, guys, MXL on the way up, I think. I think MXL on the way up. Okay, guys, keep an eye on Lobo. If it breaks through 122, it could go on that run that was had anticipated might happen in the pre-market, guys, at 117, 119 right now. 118, 119 right now. I'm not telling anybody to buy it, okay? If I do, okay? I'm just pointing out the opportunity. Okay, Lobo guys, Lobo. Still, I mean, it's so close. It looks like it's so close to wanting to break out. As the poets on the move, also, guys. I'm just watching this Lobo 121, 122. It asked. Oh, it's right at that monthly high. You can see. Well, I got to get Lobo up. See, that monthly high is right here at, well, here's 127. There's another one. In fact, I'm going to wait for 127. Ooh, all right, guys. Just get over 127 in a big way for Lobo. Car just got halted. Okay, wow. Okay, you know what, guys? I'm still in some of this, but I took a lot off of the low. I didn't, and now it's halted on the way down. Ugh. I'm still in some of it, but I luckily, that's disgusting. Seriously, got in right around the 124 mark, got up to 130 odd, and I said, okay, take some off, and then all of a sudden, and then it just got halted on the way down. Oh well, can't do anything about it until it opens. So in the market, well, okay, the market's putting in a big bar on the way down so far. Okay, that's the opening 5 minute. Okay, edible is having a bounce now. Edible is having a bounce. EDBL having a bounce. SPY is yeah, drifting down now, guys. Might go negative. Might go negative. All right, donut, Krispy Kreme, which has had a nice week last week. Good 2 days so far. DNUT. I think HPE is an all-time high. Yeah, HPE all-time high. Okay, it's great a few weeks. Nice week last week. Nice day yesterday. You know what? It's driving me crazy. I want my VWAP. This is so bad the way this is. Sorry, great ideas, but that's so bad the way this is designed. I have to stretch this out. There is news on it. There is news on it. Something about Target. Okay. Edible Gardens wins major new fresh cut herb program at Target stores. That's the news share. At Interactor Brokers, not showing. I don't know who your broker is, of course, but okay. Let me save this. Okay, Lobo just opened. All right, I got out of everything on the Lobo when it. Wow, it looks like it's going to get halted again. So I made a pittance on it, and I mean a pittance on it. That is pretty. It's pretty gross what happened. And that's why you got to really pay attention to these low floaters. All right, move on from that one. Zero or XRTX. Take a look at this one over the VWAP now. Car came out of the halt, and what did it do? The car was actually halted on the way up. Wow, and I think it just got halted again. Yeah, it just got halted again. Resumed, then halted immediately. Yes, he said the poet was the one. Yeah, it obviously was the one. What was that? $9, 10.69 now. This is shortable for me. Okay, this is actually shortable for me. It gets a little too crazy here. The next high in a monthly chart, anyway, it's up here at around $11. So it's getting close to that monthly high. Poet is getting close to that monthly high. Testing that 11, testing really getting close to that 11 right here. That's that monthly high right over here. It's back in March of 2022. Another halted stock, guys, on the way up. Okay, TDIC was halted on the way up. Dreamland Limited. Okay, China stock, 2.9 million in the float. Hardly hasn't traded very much yet. Only 94,000. If I had to pick between Edible and Lobo as the one that was going to do it, I would have picked Lobo. But Edible is the Lobo. Just got disgusting. All right, guys. Now it's 9:43, so no AI alerts yet. And again, there's earliest you'll get an AI alert is at 9:40. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40. Obviously, we did not get one at wow. Poet is at 11 now. All right, where could Edible go if it wants to? So there's a high right there, 175, a daily high, 175. So that is an area where it could stop. It's got to be up to you, Steph. I'm not going. Nobody's going to be able to tell you. I mean, can you? Of course, you can. You can hit submit and buy it. I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but look how it's. It is. It has sort of got a little bit parabolic. As I said before, the next high, it's close. The next high, it's possible that'll stop it. But don't let me stop you. You asked earlier. Could you get in? And I thought it was a massive pullback, but over the VWAP. But you have to recognize that the next high is at 175. It's possible that it could stall. It could stall there. All right. So the market actually, yeah. So the market held, and I don't know if it went negative. I don't know if it went negative, but it did hold. No, there's a massive downturn now in edible. I hope you didn't, well, you have to you have to have an idea of your own also, Steph. I mean, you can't rely on me or anybody else saying, yes, you can still get in or no, you can't. I mean, you just have to kind of look. These things are low floats, so they're going to be very wild. And, and this is exactly what can happen. If we're 165 down to 125 in a heartbeat, look what happened to Lobo. But my thing was looking left, and it was fairly close to that high. So this is a two-time. I guess UNH must be wow. UNH must be up 10%, guys. UNH the stock. This is the ETF for it. UNH G. Yeah, it's a lot of volume. Wow, UNH is that's a big move. Up 10%. 356. I mean, that's a big move with that sort of a float. Got to be some. All the healthcare stocks look like they're popping here. If you thought it was going to continue, I mean, this is a way to play it. I'm not saying to do it. I'm just saying if you thought UNH was going to continue, the two time you'll get double the move. But remember, if UNH drops 1%, this is going to drop 2%. Was it an earnings play? Okay, I didn't know it was an earnings play. UNH? Yeah, you're right. It is an earnings play. You're absolutely right. All right, guys, we've got a couple of AI alerts. Yeah, not sure. I like this one though. It's too close. Oops, it's too close to that whole number for me. All right, guys, what happened to Poet? Poet was shortable for me, I believe. Yeah, but it's still hanging around 11. Still hanging around that 11 level. Yeah, look at Edible now. I mean, Edible's both of those, just really tough. Edible and Lobo. FRMM from a couple of days ago. This was on Friday. Yeah, Friday. Big action on Friday. Let's see if it gets over 433. That was the close on Friday. Okay. Very low. Well, not a, yeah, it's low, not a very low float, but 20 million. It is low. Just a minute, please. Okay, guys, I've got to take off for, I don't know, 10 minutes or so. So I'll see you maybe a little after 10. Okay. Back. Well, okay, free rider. Maybe you can't see my screen, but it said on mute for a while. So yeah, sorry, but that's what it said, on mute for a while, and I'm back now though. All right, so I did see just before I left the FRMM. It did pop through, and let's see if it gets back over that number again, that 433 again, which was the close of that was the close on Friday, I believe. Yeah, that was the close on Friday. Well, if you can't see my screen, you might have to do a refresh. Okay, if you have no image, you might have to keep doing a refresh. Nothing I can really help you with other than that. Do a refresh or change browsers. Okay. It's just why it happens to certain computer configurations. I don't know, but that's typically is the fix. Just keep doing a refresh or change browsers. Oh, look at Lobo now. Well, I'm sure glad. Well, I don't get stubborn anymore, but wow, what a mess. All right, guys, it is now 10:06. So I'm going to go over my homepage right now, the information you can find on it, including scans, etc., that I'm sharing. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Now, a bit of a convoluted bunch of promo codes we've got going here, guys. So please listen carefully. So if you wanted to take out a premium, an annual premium subscription, you can get 30% off using this code, Barry30. If you want to take out a 1 month premium subscription, remember, it's only good for the first month. Monthly subscriptions, the promos are only good for the first month. Use 25 Barry, not Barry 25. It'll make a change. And if you just want to take out a standard monthly or annual, you can get 15%, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay. So here are the three promo codes that we've got. If you have any questions about them, just let me know. And all I ask is if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use my code. It helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and the main room. Okay, the main trading room. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now wondering what I'm talking about, there is another room. It's free also. Some advantages, well, there's a lot more interaction amongst other traders, number one. Number two, it's also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi does it. I don't. Thank you, Obi, for doing it. Live in Vancouver, so too early for me to do that. So if you're looking for, want to come into a room and interact with other traders during the pre-market, you can come in here at 6:45 a.m. I get on the mic, both rooms around 9 o'clock, and I usually leave sometime between 2:30. I'll always stay later if there are some questions. But when I do leave in this room, the trading room, William typically keeps it open after I leave. I'm going to say between 3:30 and 3:45. Okay. So on a big day, this room is open from 6:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. Education. If you do take out a nope, wait a minute. Just keep going down. I always forget Earl Steve. He's the originator. Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas. He's the originator of the trades of the week. So if you click on my homepage link and keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And now the education section. So if you are thinking about maybe taking out a subscription or you're just doing it now, click on my homepage link, go to the education section, the more info. So here are 12 short videos to get you started, okay? So obviously do that if you've just taken out a subscription. This is mandatory, you do this. If you don't have trade ideas, though, start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you an idea about whether or not this is a good fit for you. No, it might not be. You can always try us on a monthly basis. You can cancel anytime. Okay. And if you're new to trading, Back to Basics is for you. 15 free videos. Okay. For those of you who are new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans, races, etc., you click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section right here. So I have a couple of races that I'm sharing. This large cap gainers is right here. This is a wide open volatile race is right here. Upside versus downside movers is down here. Pulse resumes, which has been super active today, is right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Okay. I have four other scans that I'm currently sharing. I don't have them up and running. I actually have this one up and running right now, though. The up down, 25 cents on big volume. The Williams scan. Momentum scan, gap scan, and the Pepe combo. I do not have them up and running, but you can take a look at them. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. I will do my best to answer them. If I can't answer them because I'm busy, I'll let you know. If it's an accounting type question, I cannot answer that, but I can direct you to the people who can. All right, guys. Now, let's see what's happening. The FRMM still hanging around that close of last week. Nothing's really happening with our AI today. I mean, when I say that, nothing is really standing out that's had a great move yet. All right, MYSE guys, MYSE. Somebody mentioned this a little earlier. MYSE, so it's getting close to the close of last week. Okay, very close to that. The next high looking left is 390. I can't take it until you probably would have to take out four. If it took out four, though, I mean, there's a lot of room, obviously. So I will put a price alert in this area, just over four, and see if it gets there. You can't, unfortunately, you can't, Sarah. Okay, you cannot get an alert when one shows up. Been asked many times. Tomorrow, Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, probably will be doing his thing on Wednesday. He has a YouTube stream that he starts between 12 and 1. Keep hammering on those sort of questions, but can't do it. Wow, Poet turned out to be, would have been an awesome short. It got rejected right around the 11 mark. Okay, got a little over 11, and then now look what it's doing. It's pulling back into the VWAP. Okay, now for those of you who are VWAP type players, you're looking at Poet right now, sitting right on the VWAP. So the question is, will that act as support and bounce off it, or is that about it? And it's going to move down below the VWAP. I'm not seeing a lot of sustained action on these real active ones in the pre-market. You know, I look at the certainly the Lobo and the Edible. This one, the XRTX. They don't all have to be rocket ships keep moving higher, but massive pullbacks though percentage wise. Okay, well, this one from our AI guys, it's a little bit. Let's see now, VFS. Okay, Oh, that's right. This crazy one from. Remember when this one sort of IPO'd, the Vietnam EV out of Vietnam? It's run too much for me now. I don't want to chase it. If it has any sort of a pullback, if you're in it now, I don't want to have a pullback for you, but just looking to see if it has any sort of a pullback, maybe to the 5 level. The VWAP is around 5. Morning IQ. Microsoft. So Microsoft's up a little bit. This is one I tried to tweet last week. I'm sorry, did you ask a question, IQ? I don't know what you mean by right, Barry. I don't. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, nothing I can do about it, as you know. So keep hammering it down. Okay, guys, what am I looking at now? I'm gonna, I've got some thumbnail charts. Nothing is happening. Look at the Beyond. See, even the Beyond, well, not even the Beyond Meat. Okay, plummeting from 155 down to 110. So all these crazy little ones in the pre-market, I haven't seen any one of them with any sort of good continuation. Which leads me to want to just take a look at the larger cap stocks. HPE, meaning one of them. This is an all-time high. HPE. So IQ, you cannot get an alert for it. Okay, the same thing. Okay, tomorrow you can just keep hammering it down. You cannot get an alert for the buy and sell flags. You cannot get an alert. Okay, but I know you've asked that question before. Unfortunately, it's the same answer. Can't get an alert. Well, tomorrow between 12 and 1, you can keep posting all you want. Nothing I can do about it. All right, KSS. Hmm, I don't want the 200-day on my weekly chart. I see what's happened. Yeah, sorry, IQ. I don't know what he setting up the money machine. I'm not. I don't look at it at all. But I'm not sure what that meant when you say he said he was going to help or setting up. But again, he'll be there tomorrow. Hopefully, there tomorrow. Okay, HPE. Do I want to take this one? This is over the VWAP right now. Look at edible now, almost under $1. But speaking of car rental companies, look at Hertz. I mean, Hertz is just terrible. HPZ. I mean, it's yeah. Well, it's just terrible compared to car. Okay, guys, this HPE is certainly intriguing to me. I mean, it's an all-time high. There's a high today, 29.31. Probably no news on it today specifically, but it's just a nice company to own. And there it is, guys, edible underneath $1. GMAB, guys. What is this one doing today? So the next high looking left, been in a downward. Well, it's still down for the day. Not much now though. The next high, it's at the high of the day right now. Next high is 28.31. So a little bit of room. On the odds maker, only one row for time of day, 9:30 to, well, you should have, well, it depends. What is your, do you have, in your scan, do you have it cut off at nine, like only going from 9:30 to 9:40? So, I mean, here, you have a start time. Remember, I'm not an expert on I don't use it anymore, but I mean, you have a start time and maybe I don't know, when did you put your end time? Because if you don't, I'm just going to do this right now. If you don't, I'm just taking, this is not a, there's no strategy. It's just a halt resumes, but just something quick to show. Okay, well, let's see. It's going to take too long. Well, I'll keep it. This is not to really to be done during market hours, but give me one more little top. Again, this is not, you don't normally do this during the market hours. So not sure why you're not getting it. I mean, I just did it. Not sure. You must have a setting that's preventing it from going past 940. You might back test from that, but maybe I can't, maybe in your actual scan itself, it stops at 940. I mean, I don't know what the scan is. Okay, but you saw I just did it, and here's my time of day. It definitely works. Are you sure your scan itself is not saying, okay, only go from 930 to 940? In other words, you know what I mean, I'm not saying it is, but if I took this one, for instance, and I said, okay, time of day, add the filter, and if I said max, 940 here. Well, actually, 15 minutes, 10 minutes after the open. If I put 10 there, it would stop. It would stop. I have no idea why darts. Then I have no idea. Is it is it one? No, I understand, but is it? You have another scan you can test it on? I have no idea why it would be doing that. I cannot duplicate it, so I have no idea. Did you have another scan you can test it on? Just take anything. Doesn't matter if it's something that is optimized or not. Okay, you just take any alert window and run the back tester and see if it's happening the same. That's all I did here in the salt presumes. Obviously, this is not. Why don't you do? But why don't you just do another scan on something else? Okay, take another alert window and use the back tester on that just to see. Okay, you can't do any screenshots here. In IQ, you can. Like I'm not. Just keep. Nothing I can do about it. I mean, I understand your frustration, but there's nothing I can do about it. You know, if you think that I can just say, "Hey, Dan," and grab him by, no, okay, okay. So you can be frustrated. I hear your frustration, but that's why he does the thing between 12 and 1. Whether he listens or not, I don't know. Okay. So Dart, just take any other alert window that you might have, okay, and run the backtester on it just to see if the same thing is happening. Okay. You can't do a screenshot in YouTube. Okay. Do you have any? How many alert windows do you have running, Dart? I mean, do you have at least one other one all I want you to do is just run the backtester. Whether it doesn't really matter if it's a good alert, a good strategy or not. It's just running the backtester just to see what happens. Okay. I mean, I can give you one and you can run it and see what happens. Okay. So you do see. So it must be something. There must be something with that one that is preventing you from going past 940. If you came into the main room, okay, because you cannot post that scan in YouTube. Unfortunately, you can't post links in YouTube. HPE. Well, thank you, HPE. Okay, if you come into the main room, you can post the link, and I can take a look at it just to see. Okay, and I'll run it on my. So come into the main room. Okay, it's free. Okay, click on my homepage link. Okay, click on my homepage link, and then scroll down to where you see trading room, and come into this. Then you can post. You can post links in the trading room. You cannot do it in YouTube. And then I'll take a look at it. Okay, and we'll get to the bottom of it. All right. Well, I'm going to concentrate on the large cappers today, guys. These little ones are just not interested today. Okay, let me go over this. I'll go over both races. Okay. I just I want to cover the racing topic. Definitely going to concentrate on the large cappers. Look, maybe something will come in here, but I've sort of soured on these low floaters for today anyway. Okay, so I'm going to click on my homepage or click on my homepage link. The only reason I'm directing you to this again is that I want you to click on the education section, on the more info, click on the guide, and then there's a whole section on stock racing. Okay, so what I'm going to go over, this is your reference to everything to do with stock racing. So the race. So I'm running a 4-minute race again, customizable. Okay, I'm running a 4-minute race. And so what does this percentage mean? That means that since the race started, this has gone up 3.3% since the race started. So that's about 2.5 minutes ago. And what happens is a top 10 list is automatically developed for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see that XRTX has won 6, The two awful Lobos and Edible have won 4-3, etc. A top 10 list is automatically built for you, the stocks that have won the most races. So here's Click. Click has won 2 races, so if it maintains its lead, it's not a huge lead, then that 2 will turn to 3. That's what the numbers beside mean. We'll have 57 seconds to go. So how to use it? Well, if you see something at the top here, click on it, see what's happening. You don't know what you're going to see until you click on it, obviously. What is the chart trying to tell you? Jason, what is the chart trying to tell you? So right now, this chart is telling me, well, pretty close to the view app. I wouldn't take this one, as a long because the view app could easily stop it. So I would not. There's no goal. Sorry, Nathan. There's no target price if that's what you're talking about. There's an exit, yes, in terms of the stop, but there's no target. The targets are up to you. But the exit price is the same as the exit price is the same as the stop price. So there's the exit. Okay, it's the same as the stop. But there's no target. If that's what you're looking for. Best way to use it, in my opinion, is to use it with the wave. Okay, and if you're in the trade and the wave is still working for you, I wouldn't get out of the trade. So if you took fuel cell as an example at 971, okay, here's riding the wave, no reason to get out of the trade yet. I mean, certainly on a 2-minute chart, no big reason to get out of it. The wave is still, the trend is still strong. Well, this trend is up with that powder blue, unless it turns orange, orange, which means the trend is starting to turn. I would keep in the trade. I mean, that's an example, okay, of how to use the wave to keep in a trade. So again, here we go on so if you see something that has won a race, obviously click on it. You see anything here though, you don't have to wait for the race to be over to click on it because you don't know what it's doing. I mean, here's TYGO, TYGO. This might be for a person style of trading, this might be setting up. It's at a high here, the weekly. If you see anything in this list, I would click on it. You see anything that's won a race before, click on it. You don't know what. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back. See how well that HPE moved? Large cap stock. So again, click on anything that's won a race before. Click on anything that's in this list because you just don't know what you're going to see until you click on it. You have to have some trading experience, obviously. What is the chart trying to tell you? Okay, before I keep going, GMAB. Okay, let's take a look at GMAB. So this is obvious. I don't know did this show up in here anytime? I know I saw it before, GMAB. Um, Oh, that's right. We are talking about it a little earlier. Well, I mean, look, it's got room. It doesn't mean it's going to get there, though. But I mean, it does have room, at least 28, 25. So it's got not quite a dollar. Okay. I'm not saying to take the trade. I mean, it's been moving nicely. Maybe a little base would be nice. Maybe a little pullback. So why are these stocks showing up? Why are there different stocks in these two races? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you. I'm going to right click in this race. This is a volatile race, and all races start from a top list window. Okay, they all start from a top list window. Notice when I right click in this top list window, launch real time stock race. So you can create your own top. I don't like about the docs. So you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters. This is what I'm using. I right click, configure, summary. So I want to see stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum have traded, up 2% from yesterday's close. That's what I'm looking for. That's why these stocks are showing up. So the typical use of a top list window, you can still do it. You can still use it like this if you want. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. So as long as you have at C%, that's the change from yesterday's close. So as long as you have a column header, you can sort on it, double left click, and now I've sorted on this. So CLAK is up 47%, VLO 28%, etc. Okay. What are the stocks that are up the most from the opening trade today? VLO up 22% from its opening trade. So as long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. Show me the stock. I can't do it here, but show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes. Things like that. As long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. So that's good. It's nice. But this is what the race does for you. The race doesn't care where the stock is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is that since the race started, what stock is moving the most in this list. That's all it cares about. Okay. So now the ones you're going to probably see most during the day are going to be these ones up here. The reason being is that these are the super active stocks, and there's a lot of attention being paid all day long to these stocks. The ones that are up the most. But doesn't mean that some stock down here, here's Zip at $3. It's up 8%. But what if all of a sudden, for some reason, it was up 9%, 10%, 12%, moving up this list? How would you ever know? Well, that's what the race does. Again, the race doesn't care where it is in this list of stocks. It just cares what stock is moving the most. And just because a stock, I mean, these are not even that huge. I mean, normally we're seeing stocks that are up 100%, 200%. So, Steph, you really should learn a little bit how to do this stuff, okay? Because if you take my race, okay, take my race, you know how to do that, right? And then all you have to do in the race itself is you right click and open the top list. There it is, okay? Here is the top list that it is. And then from the top list, you right click, configure, and summary. And that's going to tell you what it's looking for, okay? I mean, it really will help you if you, I'm not trying to not help, but if you learn a little bit how to use the program, because this one also, there's another race. What is it based on? It's another top list. And you want to see, the filter settings. Well, it's the same principle with all of these races. So you just right click, open the top list, and here it is. And then in the race, in the top list, right click, configure, and summary. That's going to tell you exactly what the filters are. I mean, you can read it right now, but So that's why these stocks are showing up here, okay? But you can have your own top list. Of course, you can have your own top list with your own set of parameters. This happens to be what I want to see. But when I say you, I'm not talking to anybody specifically. You might have a different price range you like, a different minimum volume you want to see. Maybe you don't care if it's up 2% from yesterday's close. Maybe if you have any trading experience at all, you want to add some filters that you like. It's all customizable. Remember, the race. And then once you have your own top list with your own set of parameters that you might like to see, then you right click and launch the race on it. Okay. Okay. The exit price is this. Well, unless I'm wrong, the exit price is the same as the stop price. Okay. Now the only time is at the end of the day at not at 3:55. The everything exits. Okay. Everything exits. That's the only difference I think. But I wouldn't pay any attention to exit. Well, as you can see, the exit price was 291, and that's the stop. It's the same as the stop. Okay. I think the only reason they have exit price here is because at 3:55, 5 minutes before the 4 o'clock close, everything exits. So I guess that's why they have an exit price. Other than that, during the day, I mean, it's the same as the stop. Okay. Make sense? So let's take a look at this race. You're going to see a huge difference. Right click, open the top list. Look how few stocks there are in it right now. Okay. Big difference between this race and that race. Now, that doesn't mean these are the only stocks for the day. It is not a static list. It's a dynamic list, just like this one is dynamic. Also, stocks can come in and out of that top list that I created, depending on whether or not they're still meeting the filter value. So in this particular one, I click on configure. This is looking for stocks between $10 and $70. 200,000 shares minimum have traded, up 2% from yesterday's close. So similar, but this is why we're not getting too many stocks. I want to see stocks near the high of the day. That's using the position in days range. If I put 100 there, that would mean the stock is right at the high of the day. So at 95, that means the stock, when I see it, is going to be near the high of the day. Also, a float of 50 million minimum and a market cap of 500 million minimum. None of those filters are here. That's why this is more wide open. But it doesn't mean that this is it for the day. Stocks can come in and out all day long. Well, the wave you'll get a different signal depending on the time frame you're using, Steph. Okay. I mean, if you're using I went to a 60-minute time frame, I may get a very different signal. For instance, if I go to a 1 minute, that works. You see, in a 1 minute, it's turning orange. Okay. So it all depends on the time frame you're looking at. So there's no such thing as the real one. Whatever time frame you're comfortable using. But understand, it's just a guide, okay? It doesn't mean if you see a buy flag, well, it depends on what time frame you are comfortable using. If you just stick on one time frame that you're comfortable with, okay? So I mean, you see a buy flag on that. But again, are you just because you see a buy flag, if you happen to click on an alert, it's late now, okay? Look, this is why people want to see the buy flag when it happens, and we're constantly asking Dan for it. You see the buy flag now, doesn't mean you buy it when it's up here. No, I can't read that, Jason. Okay, is that you from YouTube? I cannot read that. Maybe if I download the image, maybe I can. But Okay, I have no idea why, but can you give me the link and I'll run it myself? Give me the link, okay? Just if you can just give me the link, the cloud link, okay? I'll run it myself right in front of you and see what happens. Okay? I'm going to tell you right now, Dan probably is not going to answer emails, okay? I'm just going to tell you that right now. He'll refer it to support. How do you get a cloud link? Okay, so watch what I do. So let's pretend this is your alert window, okay? So you right click, save or share to cloud, save or share to cloud, and then click save and share, okay? And then say okay. I'll do it again if you didn't get it, say okay. And then in the room, in here, control V. If I control V, which is going to paste it in. See, I just pasted the link in, okay? I can do it again. Let me know. Okay, perfect. Okay, now let's get. Hopefully, it's just okay, one window. Fantastic. Okay, so it's a 10-minute or okay. That might be the clue, but let's go. So an opening. I wonder if that's the reason because it's you're just looking for a 10-minute opening range breakout. But let's try this one. But let me just see what you've got here. Opening range. Well, you have no other filters. No other filters. I mean, that's pretty wide open, but okay. I mean, that is any particular reason why you're not putting any other filters in? I mean, just the price range, a minimum volume. You must be inundated. But let me run the back test and see what happens. See if it may really it's too fast. Okay. I bet you it's because it's a 10-minute opening range break. That's the only thing I can think of. Let me just, out of curiosity, I'll change that to a 30. That's the only thing I can think of. I've never used this, but let's see if I change that to a 30. Yeah, so I changed it to, whoops, wait a minute. Yeah, so what it's doing is it's only starting it at the opening range break. I can see that. I mean, I put a 30-minute and that's it. Okay. I changed it to 30 minutes, so it's going to start because you cannot get an alert before then, because the 30 minutes hasn't happened, I guess. I mean, I've never tried that, but so it must be that's got to be the reason. But you're getting you're certainly getting a lot of alerts though. Actually, you're not. Yeah, you're getting a lot. I mean, you're getting, first of all, you're getting so many. I mean, you've got to, you put a price range in, Jason. I mean, look, I just did the 30. I mean, 2,900 trades. You should put a price range in. You should put a minimum volume. Okay. Because I mean, you don't want to have 2,900 trades that you're looking at. Well, it's exactly like yours, except I just changed it to 30 minutes, 30-minute opening range break instead of a 10. I just wanted to see what would happen, what it would look like. Okay, but you have no. I mean, you're just going to get inundated with alerts all day long. I would put in a minimum volume that you want to see, maybe a price range to minimize the number of alerts. Okay, so if I did something like that, I mean, even a relative volume of two, volume today, say I don't know, 400,000. I'm just going to make stuff up because you're just getting way too many alerts. I'll go 1 to 100. Okay. The other thing I'm finding is that it's not very good. But it's not a good strategy. We used to have one in the AI, and it just didn't work. The 10-minute no range break seemed to work. See, now I've got, you see, the minute. Okay, look what happened. The minute I put some filters in, it might be because it's overloaded. I don't know. But look, I've got the time of day now all the way up to 4 o'clock, from 9 to 4 o'clock, just by adding filters. Okay. Okay. And I have a 60-minute interval. If I put a, okay, I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. What settings I used? All I did was take your scan and add it. But what you have to do is take your scan and add some filters. Okay. Okay, I'll do it again. Okay, that was it. I mean, that's what I didn't make any changes. I guess that's what you must have had. I didn't make any changes here. Okay. All I did was add some filters. You've got to add some filters. I mean, I just demonstrated right in front of you that just by adding filters, you're going to get times all the way to 4 o'clock. It must be something that it's overloaded, you know, by having no filters at all. Okay. Well, I just put a price range. I put 1 to 100. I put a minimum 400,000 shares. It's up to you, though. I mean, you just have to add some filters. It doesn't really. I mean, okay. I put a price range. I think 1 to 100. I put a minimum volume of 400,000, and I think I put a relative volume of 2. I just wanted to add some filters to whittle, because otherwise, I mean, you've got like thousands and thousands of alerts coming at you. There's nothing magical about the range I use. I just wanted to put anything in there to not have so many alerts. Okay, you know how to add the filters, right? Or any filters. I mean, I'm just using, I just use price range, minimum volume, and relative volume, but you can add other filters if you want. But just to prove it to yourself that you will start to see the times. All right, whoa, market. So that had to got to watching the HPE, but obviously the HPE is following the market. So the large cap stocks are following the market now, and so now the market is. Well, I'm going to have maybe a negative day. Imagine that. All right, guys. So I will be taking a break in about an hour. Chris Marley will take over for me in our YouTube room, doing double duty this week. He was wow. The market is yeah, pretty big sell off now from the highs here of 712, 6 points sell off on the SPY. And this is a classic, guys. I mean, well, the HPQ. That's why you've got to, if you're in a large cap stock, it's probably being affected by the market. Okay. I mean, there's HPQ. I mean, it was moving very nicely. Then all of a sudden the market started doing this, so HPQ probably following what the overall market is doing right now. Brave man, Poe. All right, let me see what's going on in here. So now that the market is drifting down a little bit, let's take a look. I bet you a lot of these now are starting to fall, like KISS. We already looked at the HPE or the HP. Well, the HPQ. Actually, HPQ is still hanging in. How many HPs are there? There's an HPE, HPQ, and now HP. Oh, this, I'm sorry, completely, completely not the same. This is Helmerich and Payne. They're not the same at all. Okay, guys. Well, QXO on the move down here. Will 23 hold it? Will the whole number hold it? Seems to be following the market. All right. Well, I was waiting on this FRMM to see if it, but wow, what a pullback it had. But I still have an idea that if it takes out 433, maybe later on in the day, maybe, because that would be the high of or the close of last week. And, you know, it still has a lot of, on the daily chart, has a lot of room. Oh, a VPN. Yeah, it can, I guess it can block. So many different computer configurations, free rider, you know, out there that it's almost impossible. You know, for the vast majority of people, there's no issues, but you know, we're having a problem with some because of the Windows update last week. We're having some people are having a problem loading trade ideas. I did the update, no problem. Chris, Steve, they did the update, no problem. It really is frustrating. I understand it'd be very frustrating. Okay, give me the cloud link again. Okay, please give me the cloud link again, Jason. I mean, maybe you didn't add enough. I don't know. So just give me the cloud link again and let me see what happens on my end. Okay, so you added, let's see if it makes, okay, 1 in 600. Volume today is 100,000. Okay. Now, the only other thing I added was the relative volume, but let's see how many alerts you get. You know, it might be just a function of how many you're getting, but let me run the back tester. You want to start at 940. Started at 930. Okay, so you're only getting you're still getting 2,700 trades. My feeling is that it's the number of trades, perhaps. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if I'm gonna add the relative volume to it. Okay, it might be because you're getting so many trades. And you're still, it's still a lot of 10-minute range breaks between $1 and $600. You just might have to. I'm going to put 1 in 100. I mean, it might be the reason. That 10-minute range break. Yeah, I don't know now. I don't know now. It's stopping at 9:55, unless there are just no more. Still got a lot of trades. The other thing I'm seeing though, regardless, is that it's not a good strategy. Regardless, okay. I mean, look, it's down. It's not a good strategy. No matter what you do, is it doesn't seem like it's going to be a good strategy regardless. I mean, the whole idea of doing a back tester, of course, is seeing something that might have a. How did I get all those to show before? Good question. I think I used I don't know, 1 in 100 to. Oh, I used okay. I think I had 400,000 shares. Yeah, so it must be the minimum volume was too low. Okay, I used 400,000 shares. No, it's not a short. I don't know what he's using for. This is not mine. So I use 400,000 shares. So you probably have to up your minimum volume then. We'll just up it. Just take your. All you have to do is right click and configure. I have and just you know I have 1 in 100 too, and just add the volume. Make your change from 100 to 400,000. Okay, and maybe add the relative volume of 2. Okay, and 1 in 100. I mean, this is it. Pretty simple. All you have to do is change the 100 to 400,000, and and maybe add the relative volume of 2. Okay, 1 in 100, relative volume of 2, and 400,000 minimum. I mean, hardly any filters. And then this is what you've got already: the 10-minute opening range break. Okay. But again, it doesn't seem like it's a great strategy. Okay, that's all I'm trying to tell you. we had an opening range break in the for our AI. We had one. Oh, we had about I don't know 75 strategies that were optimized every night, and one of them I know was an opening range break, and it never worked. Never optimized it so it worked. I mean, every now and then it would optimize in a okay fashion, but in practice, never worked. Okay, guys, the market is starting to bounce now, almost back to flat. So IQ is saying the open range break does not work well for small cap. So if you've had that experience, and maybe add the market cap, 500 million market cap minimum. Also, Jason, just to see maybe a minimum float of 50 million and a minimum market cap of 500 million, and run the test on that. What we haven't looked at are the sectors. Let's see what's happening right now with the sectors, guys. Excuse me. So here are the major sectors, right? Well, the ones we're following in here. So oilfield services right at the top, home builders, I like to see energy, tech, semis, and retail are all positive. Okay, worst one, silver today, right now as we speak. Silver is the worst performing sector right now of the ones that we're tracking. Let's go to the so click on new from the toolbar, then I click on dock channel bar, then I click on show more, and now I'm going to click on sector status, dive into them a little more closely, especially the individual sectors, and see what the top stocks are and weak stocks are in each. Well, not necessarily each sector, but some of the sectors. So this is the same as what I had that I showed you before. But here is, let's take a look at one that might be, okay. So here's utilities. There's only one utility play that is up for the day, AES. All the other utility plays are down. That's what that 96% in red means. What's the worst one? Scroll down to the bottom, and NRG, the worst one, down 3.7%. So that's what you can do. You can kind of go into the individual sectors and just see what the top one is. Now, DHI, that's a big move. Consumer discretionary, 7.4. I don't know if it's an earnings play. It is an earnings play. DHI is an earnings play. Okay, top seven. But what's the worst one? Look at wow. I'd love to short these guys. I never, ever, ever, I never ever subscribe to anything they've ever done. Tractor Supply Company. I keep getting emails from them. I keep unsubscribing. I mean, I live in Vancouver. Okay, and don't need a tractor. But so this is an earnings play for them also. TSCO, CCL. I guess with oil prices moving higher again, CCL cruisers are, there's RCL moving lower. So you can see how, some of you might just look at this all day long. This might be what you do. This might be how you use trade ideas. No, you can only have it one. No. You can run it on different device. You can have it loaded on different devices, but you can only have it loaded one at a time. The reason being is that we'd love to say, hey, you know what? You've got 10 devices, go at it. But the exchanges, they, they they look at that, and we have to pay for the data. So that's the reason we have to pay for the data. So that's why, yes, you can have it on as many devices as you want, but only open one device at a time. One moment. Okay, guys, I'm back. All right, guys. So how about Ampex? Let's take a look at Ampex. I'm more concentrating on the larger cap stocks right now. Not as interested in these messy little low floaters today. There might be one that pops out that might be interesting. I'm sure some of these are going to be interesting, but I'm again, as I use the term, I've soured on them. Well, and speaking about opening range breaks, I mean, I asked the company for this years and years and years ago. I know I've talked about this in this room periodically. I'd rather have an opening range break that could be using our count filter. So don't show me the first time it breaks. Don't well, let me pick how many times it breaks, because what can happen, of course, is that it can break and then come right back down, and then break out again and then come back down. Maybe allow me to run something where it only breaks the third time. Maybe that is going to be the real break, but not able to do it. If that makes sense. Okay, guys. Looking at some of the re-entry prices. Anything interesting? I mean, the XRTX maybe later on in the day, maybe, but again, just too choppy, too choppy. Yeah, if I weren't doing this, I'd probably say, okay, enough is enough, and turn off my computer and go do something else. Maybe come back in the afternoon. Good for you, AJ. Well, after my break. Okay, ACI right at the whole number of 17, Albertson. So grocery stores. So the high last week was 1709. After that, 1822. So why don't we put a price alert around the 1712 level? See if it gets through that. Maybe, maybe gives us a bit of a trade. Yeah, so that was a brief pop-up, guys, and now let me put a price alert down here, the low of the day. See if it takes that out. Potential, yeah. I mean, it hasn't succumbed to anything the market's doing, so it's a strong stock, obviously. Okay. I mean, I would rather it. I mean, it's getting a little extended here, but I mean, you can just sort of see that last week's high was 1714 actually. So if it can get there and kind of like if it's a giant bar, I'm not going to do it. But at least it gets me interested because then it's at the high of last week. And then when you look left, it still has a lot of room to run if it wants to. And it doesn't seem to be, well, it's not succumbing to whatever the market, whatever is going on with the market right now. Albertsons is not succumbing to it. So it's strong. But it is pretty extended. That's the only problem. And it's a big float, 353 million in the float. So I mean, it's not, it will not be a rocket ship, okay, even if it takes up that 1712. The best we can hope for is something slow and steady. Well, not the best. What we, probably, well, yeah, well, the best, of course, would be a rocket ship. But I mean, more than likely, even taking this, if it sets up nicely, it's not going to, jump a dollar or anything like that. All right. Some of you like the ones under a dollar. Here's one that's starting to move a little bit. SHFS. SHFS. It's under a dollar. Maybe for UPO. I don't know. Typically, yeah, Scott. Yeah. High market cap, high float. Yeah, you're just not, you rarely you're going to see a stock. I mean, in this race here, I mean, 2% is not huge, but in this race here, you can see stocks that are within the race are up 5, 10, 15% sometimes. Rarely will you see that. It's more hard pressed to get something over a 1% in this race. Okay, and that's because I have a minimum market cap of 500 million and also a minimum float of 50 million. This is wide open. It's all relative. Yeah, more stable price fluctuation. It's relative. Doesn't mean you can't have. I mean, look at even the HPQ. I mean, the HPQ, affected by the market. I mean, this was a nice. Sorry, the HPE. Sorry, this was a nice little trade from here to here, but all of a sudden, even this. I mean, going from 29.62 down to 28. That's a pretty big move. Moved with the market. So even though it's a big, huge float, 1.3 billion in the float, it doesn't mean you will not get fluctuation. But that's why I'm saying, if you're in a large cap stock that probably is going to be following the market somewhat, you better have a way to track the overall market. That's why I've got my SPY 5-minute chart on my other monitor, always seeing what the overall market is doing. So the short float percent means that's the percent of the float that is short. So So if I look, I don't know well, there's the float. So that means that 27% of that 64 million is short. You know what I mean by a short, right? If you don't, that's okay. Okay. So that means that, there are a lot of people heavily invested in shorting this stock. Okay. As an example. And that's when you hear the term a short squeeze, when all of a sudden a stock, for some reason, has maybe great news or, a group somewhere has got a hold of it and the stock is exploding and you've got a high short float percent. These people are all gagging now. Well, it depends where they got short, but, you might get a lot of short covering, like people having to cover their short position. Yeah, I guess car is a good example. Yeah, I mean, car's got a high short float percent. Oh man, I think I'm hung up. Oh, it's not your fault. I think I'm hung up though. I mean, being hung up is not a big deal. It's just that now I'm going to lose all this. I'm going to lose all the winners from before. I'm going to give it a bit of time. Otherwise, I'd have to. No, no, no. It's not your fault. The program's fault. Nothing I can do, I don't think. I think I'm gonna have to do the end task. I don't really care. Oh, you know what? It'll just start a new one. It'll just start a new one when I load it, which is okay. Yeah, I don't think I can, it's not gonna do it. And I thought maybe Pepe, if I gave it enough time and I prayed to the computer gods, it might work, but I guess not. Okay, guys. Well, but I made some changes. I bet we'll see. My docking was screwed up today, Pepe. This is what happened. Okay, okay. I have to. I think. Good. I did save. Made some changes, and I did save my work, so I'm okay. It's frustrating. Normally, I can move this all the way down, so it covers all this up. How to put well, I can show you how I can give you 2 of my races, but how you make it when you say how to make it work, I mean, you have to have some trading experience. I mean, you're just looking at the ones that have won the most races over the course of the day and following them. Just another way of looking at the data, really, but so why no data? That's because look at this, no stocks meeting the filter requirements right now. None, 0. So when you say the race to work for you, I mean, you can take my race and, just follow the stocks. I mean, here's FRMM. You look at this. I've been talking about this for a while now. It had a big pullback. You can kind of see that if it can take out that high again, where it closed, or the close of last week, which is the close of Friday, it has a shot, 556. Now, does it mean it's going to work even if it takes that out? Of course not. But so when you see something here, click on it and just see what it looks like when you load the chart and just see if it's setting up for your style of trading. Now, I mean, unfortunately, we had a top 10 list here of the stocks that won the most races, which what you would have done there also is to click on anything that had won races before and see what it looks like on the chart. Okay. Anything you see in here, you know, click on it and see what it looks like on the chart. Time is it now? 11:42. I'm taking my break in about 18 minutes, and see, I mean, well, look, it's only a little pullback, but what you want to see in these, I mean, but now it's at that close. Will it hold it? Will it hold it? Yeah, I'm just going to forget about these large or low float stocks today. Okay, well, Tyra. Finally, we have one stock probably. Now, in case you think, well, that the only stock for the day? No, there'll be stocks coming in and out of this top list as they either meet the filter requirements or unmeet the filter requirements. Okay, and what are the filter requirements here? 10 and 20 or $10 and $70, 200,000 shares. This is these three are the ones preventing a lot of stocks from showing up. 95% position in the range, day's range has to be near the high of the day. 200,000. I'm sorry, the float has to be at least 50 million, and the market cap has to be at least 500 million. So that's what's preventing a lot of stocks from showing up. Doesn't mean that's it for the day, though. As opposed to this one, which this list will be relatively full. Okay, doesn't mean this is bad. It just means that it's more selective. So both of those races are on my homepage. And it's really simple. It's really simple to adjust them to your style of trading. In other words, maybe you want a different price range. Let me show you quickly how you can do that. Because remember, all races start from a top list window. But let's just say you wanted to make some adjustments. What I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this race because I don't want to stop it. So to stop a race, you just click on the square. So that's going to stop the race. Before you do that, though, click on the gear. Okay, you click on the gear. That'll stop the race also. Clicking on the gear allows you to make some really quick changes, maybe to the price range and the minimum volume. Because you might like my race setup, but maybe you don't like the range, price range, and maybe you want a different minimum volume. You can also click on advanced. Now you've added the one other filter that I got in. The price was up 2% from yesterday's close. But here's where now you can really make adjustments if you want. Maybe you have some filters you want to add to the race. Maybe you want to, again, modify that. It doesn't have to be up 2%. Maybe you want it up 4% or no percent or 1%. Okay. But here's where you can add a bunch of filters. If you have any trading experience at all, and you have some favorite filters that you like, Here's where you can add them, from the gear and clicking on advanced. So what I'm trying to do here is show you don't have to absolutely create a top list from scratch. You can take my top list and adjust it. Does that make sense? And then once you do that, then your race will launch on your set of parameters as opposed to mine. The other thing you might want to look at, the race is going, say, okay, the race is starting. You click on that box, and now you right click in the body and show race setup right at the very top. Here's how you can adjust the time that you want the race to run. I'm running a 4-minute race. You don't have to run a 4-minute race. You want to run a 3-minute race, a 5-minute race. And if somebody says, well, what's the best? There's no such answer. There's no answer to that. It's whatever, it's what you get comfortable with. Obviously, the longer the time frame, it's going to take a while for a stock to win a race. I kind of like having a 4-minute race just because that top 10 list gets filled up pretty quickly. But, it's completely up to you. Well, if the top gainers is a top list, if it's a top list, if I don't know what you're looking at in terms of a top gainer, but if it has a T in the upper left-hand corner, see how this is expanded already? Remember, there's only one in here. Now it's expanded. But if it has a T in the upper left-hand corner, then it's a top list window. More than likely it is. Top gainers, yeah. I mean, it's okay. Then so you just take that top gainers. As long as there's a T in the upper left-hand corner, then it is a top list window. And you right click, launch the real-time stock race. Yeah, the explosive winners. I mean, there in each one of these channels, they're all theme-based channels, and there are races running in them. This is a race, obviously. Okay, and if you right-click again, you guys, you have to understand what you're how to adjust things if you want. Just right-click in the race, open the top list, and you can see right here. Here's the top list it's based on, and it's sorting on the change from the open. Okay, and if you right-click, configure, now you dive right into it. Not too many filters in here. Okay, you know what? We should have a bet on this one. What stock is going to finish lower today? Edible, EDBL, or Lobo? One's at 72 cents, one's at 79 cents. Edible's at 79 cents. What a mess for those two. All right, guys, it's 1:50 or 11:51, so I'll be taking a break in about 9 minutes from now. Chris Varley will take over for me. You're telling Obi to buy OBE. You got to buy your namesake, Obsidian Energy, 1111. It's got to be something. It's got to be some new for the numerologists out there. 1111. It's got to be something. Car, I guess, got, well, okay, this got halted again on the downside, I guess. Yeah, 1313. Okay. All right, guys, let's see. Again, I'm trying to concentrate on these larger cap stocks. Energy play. This is driving me crazy. Why I cannot move this all the way down, covering up all this like I could before. Not that I'm trying to cover it. I just want to get a little more screen space in here, but this will have to do until that happens. Okay, guys, I am now getting set for my break. 11:55. So what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in so you guys can head over and listen to Chris if you'd like to. He's going to be there in about 5 minutes from now. He was there yesterday. Okay, there's the YouTube link. Not there yet. Okay, Obi, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to put a price alert at 1313. Wouldn't that be funny if it hit that someday? Okay. And now I'll put my announcement. Oh man, now that's not working. Okay, give me a moment as I use something called Epic Pen. Whew, okay, on a break. Back around 1 p.m. ET. Ah, that's what it was. Epic Pen wasn't working correctly. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for Chris to show up in our YouTube room. Look at, I mean, you know, I had high hopes for FRMM. I really thought that the third time it took out that 433, it might have a go, but just not any follow through for these low floaters today anyway that I'm seeing. I'm not saying there's not one that is charging ahead, but I haven't had any luck on the ones that I've been following. Boy, Hertz, guys, I mean, Hertz is hurting. I mean, HDZ, I mean, this is now a lot of shares available to short for me at Interactive Brokers. The next low looking left on the weekly chart is around 6. On the daily chart, though, however, there is, 667, so it's not enough room for me. Look at this disgusting Lobo. 135 down to 70 cents now. All right, I heard a little pop, so I think Chris is in our YouTube room right now, guys. So I'm going to take my break. We'll see you guys in the main room in about 1 hour from now. So I'm muting myself now in the main room, and now I can welcome Mr. Varley to our YouTube room. Good morning, Mr. Varley.
And a good morning to
Or
you.
I guess good afternoon now.
Just by a few seconds.
Yeah. So, Chris, what's going on with this Windows upgrade? Has really affected a lot of people. I mean, I'm sort of following the thread in Slack.
Yeah, it looks like got a dozen or so now.
Really
One
interesting.
user just told us they rolled back to 17.1 maybe, and now they have absolutely no problem. So it's a Windows update. It's got us scratching our heads a bit why that it is picking on our software of all softwares, and there's no error messages. Most of the users that I've asked if they could look in the event viewer for Windows, the ones that don't have any errors related to trade ideas.
Right.
So there's just the only thing we have to go on is the update. That's it. There's nothing pointing us towards anything else at this point.
Which is, and it's not wide. Well, it's widespread enough to, that's affecting a number of our customers. But, I think I read you, me, Steve, probably Andy, people at Trade Ideas. I've done my Windows upgrade and nothing, no issue whatsoever.
Yeah, same thing. And I've got a gaming laptop. I don't use it all that often. I use it when I travel. I tested yesterday. Everything is up to date on it. I'm on whatever the latest is for Microsoft or Windows. Right. I have no problem launching the software there. It's the same thing with my HP desktop, all up to date, no issues whatsoever. I mean, outside of it, just constantly changes my speaker pathing and other nonsense like that. But no Trade Ideas issues. So it's just, it's one of those things where I have a number of people that are, you guys need to do a remote and fix it. And what I'd like to tell them is that I'm sorry, I don't have a please fix this person's issue button. It just doesn't work that way.
And our dev can't do anything either. I mean, they don't know what's going on. It's when it's not, when it's something, especially obviously Windows. And so depends on your computer. Really?
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, there's a million different hardware combinations out there. There's no way to account for every single hardware combination. So is it the video card? Is it a sound driver? I had one person that told me they updated their BIOS and their video card, and it's been working ever since. They didn't revert anything back. They just made that update, and that was the end of them. They were fine. Anybody else that I've asked to do that, most of them say it works for a little while, and then it stops working again. Is it the video card? Is it the video driver? I mean, there's just no way, you know what I mean? Why does it work for one person and not another person?
Yeah.
So it's very uncomfortable for me, to say the least. It's very
and that completes this edition of Tech Talk with Chris and Barry. Okay, so tune in tomorrow. No. Okay, Chris, I'll let you go.
Yes. And sorry, you know me, I'll talk to you forever.
Okay, bye.
I'll see you in a little bit, Barry. So, all right, everybody, thanks for bearing with us while we were kind of a little back and forth and updating there on that all. As we did yesterday, live forum, right? Open forum. I don't have any pre-done content. Of course, I'll just dive through like my top 10 on the relative strength scans and I don't know, whatever else I can figure out to keep this engaging and informative. But I really do prefer it when you folks are giving me things to look at and pursue and discuss and educate on versus me just randomly droning on. It's not a very good use of my time whatsoever as far as support goes. And it's certainly, I don't think, a good use of your time as far as learning the software goes. So that combination there, I think, is a net negative for all parties involved. But for the moment, if that's the way it is with the silent treatment, do what I can. And perhaps in the future, we'll address if these sessions are beneficial to the whole community here. So again, with all that said, sessions open here. I have a number of support chats and emails that I have ongoing at the moment. So if nobody's asking anything, I am going to take a moment and respond to some of those and kind of just let it be dead air with the screen for a period here while I wait for a question or two and I'll solicit. Again, I'll solicit for questions here. Sorry, Pepper says. That's where one of our developers is headed right now. The big issue is that there's no error related to any of it. So it's just a strange thing. And if I don't I have an actually very, 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 very old version of Trade Ideas still, the installer. But I don't have a way to share that out right now safely. And it's so old, it's not in our Dropbox to share as well. So, it is kind of what it is at this point, but it doesn't involve the Ceph Sharp. And again, that's where we're that's where they're looking at right now is the Ceph Sharp. But the biggest thing is reproducing it. The scan is my long attempt to find 512 EMA crossing on charts. This version for daily signal. Is there anything you can see to adjust, make it better? So Tony, you can't share links here. Sorry. And we don't have EMAs at all. If you want to email the link into the scan, you can email it to info@trade-ideas.com. But I wouldn't have insight on a 512 cross essentially. And yeah, sorry, we can't do links here because we have spam bots that show up all the time and they would be posting all kinds of stuff if we allow that. So since we stopped allowing any links posted here, the bots have stopped. Every time we allow them back, the bots show back up. They somehow know. So it's just the unfortunate world that we live in as far as tech goes. But if you email it in, I mean, I could look at the scan and I could give you my 2 cents. And I could also, like I said, I couldn't tell you if it's going to be a 512 EMA, but what I can tell you is, if it's this kind of setup I would be looking at as far as crosses go in general, as far as bracketing the SMAs and the data points that we have. Yeah, I can post my setup here, but the thing is, please remember, this is built for me, and my what I do. That I don't use the races at all anymore. I leave them there to showcase them. I don't day trade anymore, so I can share it. But like my liked list here is not going to transfer to you properly because it's my liked list. It's on my my thing here. All my compare count windows, because I have a number of compare count windows that are on another screen. They're not going to mean a whole lot to you. They mean things to me because I, design them essentially, or well, actually someone else designed them, but I use them, based on what they shared with me and the designing of it. So again, I think it's very important for folks to design their layout based on what they're doing. Here is as close to a shared layout as I can do. So there's the cloud link to that. There's going to be a number of things that are not on the screen that you're going to get. Mostly compare count windows, a 60-minute SPY, I think a 60-minute SPY chart. So Pepe, I'm copying what you have specifically here and just going to put that in my support ticket. Specifically that the more than one Ceph Sharp sub-process part. That might that could be a catalyst to the next to the next leg that they do. How do I copy a comment on this? Can I even do that? Nope. And again, anybody with questions, please get those in. Don't be shy. Yep, I got it, Tony. So let's open that up here and let's take a look. So file load from cloud, it's populated. And come on now, get out of my way. All right, so we've got buy flag daily hunter, configure, search, sorry, not search, hide unused. So yeah, all you've got going on in here is a change from a 20 period SMA on a 5 minute. So that wouldn't be looking for any kind of cross at all at this point. If I was building a cross scan, so I built something that is, I'm guessing you're looking for the trade wave. I built something here a couple of weeks ago. I'm going to share it first. We called it kind of a 5 minute trade wave. I'm going to share it first, and then I am going to load it here and show you what I did. Let's go into the configure. And we used a 10 and a 5 period on both on 5 minute charts. And I gave them both negative 0.2s and both 0.2s in the minimum and maximum. So that price has got to be bracketed in and around those. And that's how we're going to get, we're at or near cross. The problem is, are we crossing up or down at that point? So then, in the last 5 minutes, we asked that the stock is up 1/3%. Over the last 60 minutes, it's got to be flat or up. And we used a 5 minute high as the catalyst to try to get the alert. So that's what we did there. I'm trying to find those. So that's the kind of direction I'd point you at. As far as the trade wave itself goes, that's not what I wanted to do. The 5 and the 12 here, trying to get it with a 5 and a 10. And the EMAs react faster, so the 10 hopefully is, reacting somewhere in the ballpark-ish of the 12. There's nothing we can do about the 5. 5 is as low as we're going to be able to do on that. That's close enough. We could do a 2 minute, but I think a 2 minute SMA is just going to be too fast. It's not going to really doing what we're looking for there. We could always try it. Something you could always give a shot. But that's, whenever I'm looking at crosses, what I'm trying to do here is handy drawing tool out. My sound is gone again. Ain't that something? Wonder if Microsoft took that away again. I just love Microsoft and Windows so very much. So, what you can see here is I went -2 saying we can be that low, but we can't be any lower than that. And we could be this high, but we can't be any higher than that. So, that price is somewhere bracketed on between those SMAs to add it. I'm trying to get the cross like that. And it's the same thing if I was doing a VWAP cross. What I would do is, let me get out a new alert window. I would do the same thing with the VWAP, but I wouldn't need multiple VWAPs for that. I would just say distance from VWAP 1. I would add that filter. And again, how tight do you want this bracketing to be? That's up to you. You know, you go 0.25, you can go 0.1 minus. It's got to be in the minimum column, you know. And, you know, that would be really tight then. And here we can see with the show me function, show me stocks where the price is no more than 0.1 above, and it's also no more than 0.1 below the VWAP. Also where it could just be at the VWAP is fine too. And again, trying to find that cross, then of course, you know, your price and volume, whatever you want to have with that. You got to find the alert catalyst on the scan afterwards, you know, new highs, 5-minute high, 15, you know, whatever. So we type high, you know, we got a number of different options that are in here. You could always try something with crossed above resistances. Just throwing some different items at you here that you may find helpful. Let's see. You know, you could do one of the neutral alerts. I don't think that that's really the direction you want to go with this, because when you're trying to find a cross up, you want to find something that's been running sideways and just cross and chop you to pieces. You want to find something that's crossing, and when it's making the cross, it's, you know, coming this way on the cross to make it, versus, you know, you just have a stock that's running this way, you can cross and just chop you to pieces that way. The running up family, you know, maybe something someone would be interested in trying to do something like this with running up now, running up intermediate. You may consider, you know, 5-minute breakout, consolidation breakout, or any of these other consolidation breakouts, crossed above resistance, whether confirmed or not confirmed. The not confirmed would be more alerts. And thrust upwards may also be something you consider. 2-minute, 5-minute, 15-minute thrust upwards may also be something you consider for those. I think those are the alerts that are most likely to produce the closest results that we could get to that. TI, not currently. It's not actively being worked on right now. The big overhaul project right now behind the scenes is we are making an entire overhaul to the software. What you see for the software now will cease to exist at some point in the not so very, very distant future. Will it be before the end of this year? I don't know. But the idea is that we have right now, the way our software runs, it is tech that is very old running on tech that is very new. And also that tech that is very new, being Windows, is extremely buggy. So we are bringing everything up to date. It will be both a download and a web version of them. Yes. And they will be more than less mirrors of each other. As far as the web-based of it goes, obviously you're going to have to live inside browser containers, which they're just limitations to it. That's the way it works when you have a web-based application like that. But the idea is that we will be much more near full Mac friendly, if not completely full Mac friendly. I know that full Mac friendly is the goal. I'm not a developer, so I can't tell you exactly, you know, what goals are and what we can physically accomplish are two different things. And TW alerts to clients. What is that? Trade wave. And it's not the trade wave anymore, just in case. It is TI wave. If you look here, you will now see it says TI wave. If you look on the couple of scans that we have, TI waves as well. So it's all TI wave now. TI wave report. All TI wave everywhere. So that is the big overhaul right now. That is the 100% focus of the development team. And something else important I think a lot of people don't know about us or don't realize is we are not some huge multi-conglomerate billion-dollar company with, you know, hundreds of employees. There are like 12 of us, more or less. So we're not some big, huge company that's, you know, an infinite budget with publicly traded invested money and all those things like that. So, we don't have some team of, 20 developers that can just all work on individual projects or anything regarding that. Will we make a TI alert? We have, if you're asking about the TI wave, we have a few already. They're in the Market Explorer. Yeah, Holly doesn't build software. That's not the way it works. Sorry. Holly makes alerts to stocks that meet its, underlying alert scans that are built into it. Holly doesn't do anything related to software. And I also like to note, because this is a very sensitive subject to me, is there's absolutely no such thing as real AI. Real AI requires thinking, and these LLMs, which is what they are, they can't even do math. They literally can't do math. They only know what 2 + 2 is because they search the web for it and get the most likely answer. Market Explorer is this. If you go to New and you go to Market Explorer window, you'll get this window that looks like this. There's a user's guide on how it works that you could click that user's guide. But in the interest of us being here, if you just right click inside that window and go to select strategy, you have a whole list of strategies and the sub strategies within them. The only two, unless you have, that you can't access unless you have the add-ons or the Go No Go and the AVWAP, those are add-on products. There is no subscription that gives you those as a base. They're completely separate from premium / elite / blue basic, whatever the hell we're calling it this week. But there are 3 TradeWave scans in here. They have no alert to them. They have no sound, no anything like that. They just appear on the scan, and that's it. That is exactly what I'm saying. I am saying that it is no longer TradeWave. It is TI Wave. It's been that way for a few weeks now, actually. If you open a Market Explorer window and you were actually connected to the software, because I had someone today telling me it wasn't working and they'd never logged into the software, so it's impossible to make things work if you're not logged in. If you right click, you will get this, unless your mouse is broken or your mouse setting isn't set up for right clicking. No, I don't think there's a way to determine that on the block trade. Let me do something real quick here and test alert. Okay, fine. Don't alert. Alert, search, block. It might be in the quality or the whatever columns. Add alert. Columns, type, symbol exchange, description, quality. Trading between, trading at the bid, trade at the bid, NASDAQ. Quality is just telling us how many shares, that's it. So yeah, it doesn't tell us if it's a buy or a sell. Sorry. We had to change the name. It wasn't an option for us. I won't go into the details of it, but we had to change the name. We were forced to. Block trade at the ask. Direct edge. IQ, I have no idea. It's not something being worked on at this time. So I wouldn't, it's not something I would expect any time in the near future whatsoever. Our number one priority right now is getting our software up to date with the modern world. so that we stop running into some of these issues that we are having with users and launching the software, and so that we can open the world of Mac users up to the software. That is our number one priority right now. To see just so we're also clear, what's in the scan won't always match what's the chart for multiple reasons. One, you got to have pre and post market on your charts or it won't match. Two, the scan has other things built into it, so you're just not going to see every time there's a 5-minute alert. As far as finding the wave itself goes, though, you're going to go to, depending on the version you're on. If you're on our latest beta version, you're going to go to this area here where you see the 3 bars with the squiggly line. You're going to click on that, look for TI wave and click it. And that's it. And the TI wave is on. On any chart you do it on. It works on every chart, every time frame. And that's it. Done. If you were not on our latest beta version, instead, you're going to look at the FX instead of the squiggly bars, squiggly line bars, FX, and you'll click FX instead, and you'll click TI wave. And so depending on the version of your software you're on, that's how you will find it. So, all right. Good session so far. Keep them coming. Keep the questions coming. And it's not that it's not a priority for us. It's just that, as I mentioned before, we don't have an unlimited team of developers that can just do every project. So we have to prioritize. And at the moment, we continuously see individual bugs pop up for users that are extremely difficult for us to address. So the priority is to stop that from happening so that all users can use the software, period. And then move up in the world where Mac users don't have to use AWS or Windows 360 or Parallels or anything else to use our software. So, we have many users for many years that have been asking. They're Mac users, they're loyal. They've been around for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 plus years. And so taking care of those folks that have been around for that long and getting a legit Mac version, along with bringing our software up to date with the real world, that is the number one priority. Can we do alerts patterns like bull flag? There's outside the box ways to do it. So I'm going to share a scan with you for a daily bull flag and go into how it was done. And then you could take it and make it your own and attempt to do it on smaller time frames. So let's share the scan first. Share. And then I will address the Holly TI wave question momentarily. Bear with me while I get this one up first. So I shared the scan out, and if we come into the configure, Andy Lindloff created this, and what he did is he said, all right, let's, he gave it a price range. And then we got to see that we're up from the prior day's close a bit. He put this EPS in here to filter out ETFs. On the 5-day range, we're trying to make a range here. That's where the flag goes in, and the position in previous day's range that we got to be 75% above that. There's, part of our poll. That's the move up from yesterday for the flagging part of it. And then the up at least 3% over the last 10 days. That's the poll, but we don't want to see we're too far up today or over the last 5 days so that we can get the flag going on. And so that's what that's doing there. And if we look here, let's just take a look at daily chart of these here. Let's see if they, well, it's not perfect, but here we go. Trying to find the flag and the pole. This one, not so much. This one don't look so good. But that's the idea behind it. There are some smaller time frames that you can try to break some of this down into, but it's an outside the box way of trying to create that. As for Holly and the TI wave, Holly is an alert window at its core. And it is just looking for stocks that meet different statistical technical analysis, relative volume, change over X amount of times, gaps. Most of the Holly strategies have a component of the S&P in it. So the long strategies have a S&P component that it's up over X amount of time. Short strategies, and it's not all of them, some of them. For the downside, same thing, that the S&P is down over some period of time. So that's what Holly is. And then each day, well, I should say each night, once the market closes, Holly starts running a bunch of optimizations based on the day's data. And the strategies that backtest and optimize the best are the ones that are deployed the next day. So Holly's trying to use, the most recent data in the market to make adjustments in those strategies that it has. So most of the other people that claim buy, sell, or whatever, they're hiring traders to sell you their trades, essentially. So there's someone actually on the other end of that trade. They're almost all copycat trade programs. These people keep reaching out to us to try to do the same thing, but we don't want someone on the other side we don't want to be a part of someone being on the other side of your trades. So I just would keep that in mind when you're getting buy and sell signals from anybody else, that those are coming from a person who has a personal stake in those buy sells one way or the other. How can you sim trade it? This video will cover that, actually. Bear with me. This is how to load an alert window that you created into Brokerage Plus. I specifically cover it with the paper trader, but it's basically the same steps for live. You just would use your live broker and all that instead. I will also take it a step further and do it right here with you right now so you can see, but that video covers what I'm going to go over and a lot more, actually. Let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this. All right. You got to have the window saved into your cloud first, and you'll come to strategies. You'll right click. Go to new trading strategy, load from cloud. Once you've found whatever you want, so here, kind of a trade wave, I'm going to use that one. Double click it. I'm going to add to existing strategies. And then I'm going to right click and edit the strategy. Now, anything you did from the odds maker will carry over to here. But you're going to want to tighten things up. You got to, select the account. So, here, TI paper trading, save. On the entry time, do you want to send orders for symbol more than once per day? On the strategy, do you want to send even when you're holding a position? Now, something super important for me to share is that if your strategy tries to trade the same stocks in the same account at the same time over and over again, it is going to screw you up big time, because the broker can't tell that if you send an order for Apple to open with a stop loss and a target, so you have opening order A for Apple, and then and it has the attached closing orders, and you have opening order B for Apple, and opening order C, and opening order D. You now have 4 different Apple trades going in there with 8 different closing orders, and the closing orders don't line up to the opening orders. So they could trip and hit and then close the wrong position from the wrong open position, and you end up with an absolute mess. So Your strategy needs to not trade the same stocks over and over again. And if you run multiple strategies, make multiple paper accounts so that those strategies are all running in their own account and don't overlap their orders. Very, 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 very important. Then do you want to stop sending after X amount of orders? In the order details, you might want to tighten this up from whatever you had going on in the odds maker. Make sure it's all what you want it to be. For the purpose of this, I'm going to just go to market orders, 100 shares, your risk management. Make sure that that is all what you want it to be. In this, you could have a % stop loss and a dollar stop target. Please only use the dollars and percents for your targets and stop losses. Do not use the filter. The only way I would ever suggest using the filter is you have to be beyond savvy with the software. And you also have to understand how the formula editor works. If the formula editor is something out of your wheelhouse, please stay away from filters for your stops and targets. The formula editor is something we have extremely limited support on, because there's an infinite amount of ways that people could do things with the formula editor, and there's just no way we could support all of that. It's just not realistically possible. And if you want to hold time here, now with the odds maker, you have to have a hold time. With Brokerage Plus, you do not have to have a hold time. So you can get rid of your hold time if you don't want it out of the odds maker there. Once we have all that set up, we press OK. And oops, hold on, sorry. Let's do that again. Got that right. That's fine. Fix shares. Percent. Go with the 3%. And we'll go with the 3%. Now we're good to go. And then I'm going to enable this strategy. Right click. Click to enable. And now, if anything alerts, do I have that window open still? Nope. We're going to go to alert window. There we go. And the next alert we get, we should see a position light up for that here. Is there bearish RSI divergence on SMH on the 2-hour chart? First, we don't have 2-hour charts. Second, no, we don't have a RSI divergence in that regard. The only RSI divergence we have is out of the Market Explorer. It cannot be adjusted. It's an is what it is scan. Right click, select strategy, RSI divergent long and short, and they are only on dailies. That's it. That's all we offer for that. No way to build it in the software, sorry. So having 20 different strategies, may I make the suggestion first of run one, please, especially because odds are you're going to run into some problems, and I'm going to be the one who has to figure out what your problem is. And that will include you sending me support files. And if you run 20 strategies, you will not be able to send your support files to me because they will be too large. Also, when I get you to be able to manually send them to me, we will be talking about tens of thousands of lines of code that I have to read through. That's just not going to fly. So please start with one strategy, run that and see how that works. As you add strategies, what you're going to want to do is this. You're going to come to the accounts tab. You're going to right click and add new simulated trading account. And you're going to name that account, give it the starting value you want, and you're going to point each one of your strategies at an account. No one has ever asked for something like that before. Sorry, Jay. Nothing that specific. I've never had anybody even, in the years that I've been doing this, I've never had anybody mention a 2-hour chart to me. 4-hour charts, several times. 2 hours, never. And I could probably count on one hand how many times someone's asked for RSI divergences, to be honest. So that's where you want to live and test one strategy. If that goes well, then so on and so forth. Now, you still want to avoid each strategy trading the same stock at the same time, meaning sending multiple orders for, I'm just using Apple as an example, for any stock at the same time. And that's going to have to be in the, in this here, in the edit and the entry time, send orders for a symbol at most either at once per day for the strategy. That will avoid that. You can flop it instead for the send orders. Sorry. How would I do this? Sorry. You can uncheck that and leave the send orders even when holding unchecked as well. But again, if you send multiple orders out, and you get, I'm going to try to illustrate this the best. Let's just say, well, I'm going to put up Apple because, we're picking on AP. So let's say you get order one, and I'm going to draw it with this pink line here. AAPL, if I type correctly, that will help us all, right? Okay, so let's say order ones, we sent them at 268. So there's your entry order. Here's your stop. Here's your target, right? And now let's say here's order two, and here's your target, and here's your stop. Let's just say that order two makes it up here first. Price makes it up here first, I'm sorry. And order two triggers that. Now you still have that for order two and this for order two, plus this for order one, but this for order one is gone. And then all of a sudden you get another sell up here, and now you flattened all your positions, for example, but you still have both the stop losses remaining with no position. And all of a sudden it falls, hits that, and you sell that with no position. You wind up in a short position like that. There's no way for the system. Your broker doesn't know that it came from two different strategies like that. Your broker just takes buy and sell orders and it puts them out there. And the second something is tripped, it's going. It doesn't care where the opening order was. That's just, something not in our control. So I'll say this, Jay, just because something's never been requested or hardly been requested, send an email in. Every email that people send in, I mark them as a feature request. Whether or not it ever gets developed, I can't, I have no influence or jurisdiction on that whatsoever. I mark them as the feature requests. I put them in the pool, and, it is what it is at that point. But it doesn't hurt to send the email in. Again, the more specific someone asks for something, obviously the odds aren't very high, but just why not? So you can send any request into info@trade-ideas.com. Data points, having the data points to do it, I guess. So the Market Explorer here uses something completely different. So, one of the big things about our software versus, other softwares. Oh, we should have a position here. Yep, there's CRVS. So CRVS went in on a live trade for us. That was all automated by that alert window. AMKR just went in now too. So we just saw that happen live. No, because the formula editor is not a code compiler. You can only take short code within the system and string them together with operators. So we don't have EMA data for scanning. You can't make an EMA formula. That's the way it works. It's just what's in the system. You have to work with that in there. If it could be done with the formula editor, I wouldn't know how to do it. I have of all the people in support, I have the most knowledge on the formula editor, and my knowledge is basic at best. So, again, there's, 500 data points. Let's say 300 of them are filters. And then you have the operators. There's, an uncalculable amount of combinations that people could make. There's just no way. I'm not a coder or anything, like not a developer. There's no way for me to troubleshoot, people coming in with thousands of codes that they want me to look at. It's just not something realistic, unfortunately. And then again, back to the how do you prevent that? You can't prevent that. There's no way to prevent that. Talking about the orders overlapping and crossing, there's no way to prevent it. There's no market mechanic that exists within the brokers to do that. So, that's where algo trading comes in. Now, one of the things I was going to circle back on here is, one of the differences between us and other softwares. So, for example, there are other softwares out there. We don't have to necessarily write the code to be able to scan, but they don't scan in real time, and you have to feed them a universe of stocks and refresh constantly. For us, you don't have to write any code and you don't have to do any refreshing. If a stock meets your scan, you're just getting the alert. That's the end of it. There's no other legwork for you. There are other softwares out there that they are real time, but you have to build your entire universe of stocks. You have to import all that data, pay for that data. Then you also have to write all the code. You have to actually write the mathematical formulas for every single technical analysis point you want to use. So you want to use EMAs, you're writing all the EMA code. You want to use SMAs, you're writing all the SMA codes. You want to use RSI, you're writing all the RSI codes. So sure, you could write whatever you want, but you now have to build an entire database of stocks, and you got to buy that data from someone for in between, let's say, $120 and $300 a month, on top of paying them for the software. And then you have to literally write your own code. So that's how it's all done. How is it in the Market Explorer? What I just described to you is how the Market Explorer works. And the amount of computing power that it takes is laughable. And then us pushing that out to everybody. And there's no way to give everybody an independent Market Explorer. It's just not, it's not possible. So years ago, when we first made the Market Explorer public, things that had been popular at that time, the most popular requests at that time, they were put into the Market Explorer. And then would you go ahead and figure, all these popular scans that everybody thought they were going to be the scans that made them money, didn't make them all this money, and people stopped subscribing, and we got stuck holding the bag of the Market Explorer. It's not using different data. It's using the same data. It just takes in raw data. The only thing the Market Explorer takes in is price and volume, because that's what every technical data point that you can think of. RSI, SMA, EMA, ADX, MD, MDMAC, stochastics, you name it. Literally everything is price and volume. That's all any technical indicator is price and volume. There's nothing more than that. So this takes in price and volume, and there's literally a spreadsheet behind it with all the codes and formulas and everything done mathematically to create the scans that are in there. And it is nothing short of massive, to say the least, the database that it takes to run this. And the cost that it is beyond absurd for us to do this. But, it was one of those things that's out of the box. We can't take it back now. So, but hardly anything in here gets used anymore. And this was all, among the top stuff that had been requested forever, and people telling us that we were holding them back from making money by not having these scans. And we made all these scans for all these big groups of people, and they're all gone. And again, we're stuck holding that bag. I don't anticipate it going away. I mean, if it did, it's not anywhere discussed or on a drawing board or anything like that whatsoever. So if it did, it would be, it would be out of the blue, to say the least. So, but this is what separates, us from anybody else. There's another software out there, I won't mention the name, that you can do back testing with, but you can back test one symbol at a time. That's it. And it takes a while to run the back test on it. And it still uses open, high, low, close data, not tick data. So yeah, we don't use open, high, low, close for most of our stuff. It's time frames. So for example, if we come in here to the configure of any scan and we were to look at, let's just call volume, scroll down, this 1 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute, and so on volumes, those are time frames that roll. It's not candles. Same thing with change. These changes, they're not candles, they're time frames that roll. It is not Trend Spider that I mentioned on that. It's a platform that's more, I think, popular with charting than anything else. And why pull the plug? I think down the road, we have some ambitions to do this better than what is here right now. There is some stuff is pretty used. Go No Go gets a decent look from the people that subscribe to that add-on. AVU app gets a decent look that subscribe to that add-on. TradeStation's a broker. It's not a scanning software. I mean, they may have some scanning stuff in there, but I'm not familiar with their scanning stuff. We do directly connect to TradeStation now, and I normally don't recommend a broker, period, but I think TradeStation is probably the easiest broker to connect with, and I think they have the best customer support at this point. Alpaca has absolutely no customer support. Interactive Brokers has absolutely no customer support, and E-Trade is hated by Merrill Lynch that owns them now. So I won't say nothing is used here, but it's not as used as it should be. That's without a question. I do see possibly when we get this new tech stack out and the software is updated, that this becomes one of the projects to make this more usable. What that means, I couldn't say exactly. Like, here's another one, the Strat. There's a trader, he passed away a few years ago. Very nice gentleman, Rob Smith. That was all, technicals and whatever else. And he had the Strat, and, he had this huge following and whatever else. And so we created all these Strat scans. I don't even know if anybody uses them anymore. He had a huge following. I'd imagine it still exists. So, probably a few people using those still, some stuff like that. What about Charles Schwab and TOS? I mean, none of their stuff is in real time. The TOS scanning, it's not real time, and you have to refresh it manually and whatever else. And the same thing, Charles Schwab bought TD and merged, and I think that if Thinkorswim ever went away, they'd be more than happy because it's a pain in their neck. You have to remember, most of these, if not all of these brokers, they do not want you managing your own money. They want you to hand it to them to manage. And the only thing they want from you as far as trading goes is your order flow. That's all they care about. They want your AUM and your order flow. The Strat was definitely a cult. It still is, I'd imagine. I'm sure, Sniper Sarah's out there still. These are all people that I knew through Twitter that I used to interact with. I'm sure that cult is still up, alive, and running. Something like that doesn't just go away personally. TOS is a broker. They're fine. I've used them for a long time. I use multiple brokers for various reasons. I don't have any problem with TOS. I've always been fine with them. We don't directly connect to them, and I won't say never, but we're unlikely to, because their API they don't have a working API. But for the most part, a broker's a broker. You can't apply watch lists to anything in the Market Explorer. No, you can only apply watch lists through the symbol list function through your own scans. So, like, for example, this My Liked here, all I really am doing is I have a blank top list. If you come here, no filters, all blank. I chose the columns I wanted to see on the sort, just whatever's up the most, put that on there at the top. And on the symbols list, it's My Liked personal list that I added from here. And so it's only looking at stocks on that list. That's it. So you can tell a scan to only look at the stocks you want. We have a bunch of pre-made lists, and you can make your own lists. The My Liked is something kind of built in. You can, with a heart on the charts, you can heart, unheart those charts. And if you go to Tools, Symbols Lists, you can create your own lists in here as well. And then any list you create has a personal and brackets around it. So I'll find one of my lists. Global Tracker, personal, you can see there, versus holding companies. There's no bracketed personal there. My Liked, personal. My watch list, personal. My watch list is, there's no watch list. It's just, I was experimenting with stuff. Sector analysis, personal. Test, personal. I don't know much of anything about DAS. I know it exists. That's all I can say. We don't connect to it. I think a broker's a personal thing. Generally speaking, most of the brokers are fairly similar. But there's, the different nuances that you want to look into, especially customer support. Last I knew, Fidelity provides a nice customer support overall. We can't connect to them because they have a company policy of no APIs. So it's an is what it is, situation there. That's, unless they change that, we'll never be connecting to Fidelity. Trade Station, because I work personally with them to help get the direct connection in there. Andy Lindloff leading a lot of that. I think he'd say the same thing as I am. They've got, you can get a live chat going and get a person. You can get a call back from a real person from Trade Station. IBKR, for professional people that are used to their software and know their stuff. Whenever a big market event goes on, a lot of brokers have problems. So for example, during COVID, how many people couldn't log on to their brokers or make trades because they were overwhelmed? IBKR had no such problems, but you pay for commissions, you pay for data with them, and you get almost no customer support. So, it kind of is what it is there. I can't really comment on many other brokers. I've never really had a, interaction with other ones for the most part. Our management team does some tracking of our competitors to a degree. I don't really know how much they do or whatever. I don't concern myself with that. I'm more subscribed to the worry about what you're doing and less about what everybody else is doing. If you're keeping up with things and you're innovating and providing a service that is high quality, the rest falls into place. But, they have an eye on our competitors for sure. To what degree, I couldn't tell you. I don't think we have a lot of serious competitors popping up. No, I think we have a few established ones that are there. This is a hard space because you have to understand something that, whatever it is, 90 whatever percent of people that decide they're going to become traders fail, right? So you're already starting, no webhooks, no API, no webhooks. So when you're already starting with 90% of the people that are going to sign up for your software are not going to make it as traders, period. It's already a very difficult business to be in, number one. Now you add to it how many people come because a management decision. They tried to do one years ago. It was unsupportable. The 90% of the people who wanted to use it had no business looking at an API whatsoever. And you can't have something like that. And people poking around into it that just physically, mentally both are incapable of using it. So the other thing is our management team wants to keep our data. They don't want our data going elsewhere. The only thing you can do is we have an alert logging tool where you can have alerts that pop into your alert window, or in your top list windows, go into a CSV file, or you could send them to Excel. And that's that. So to do that, well, first I'll show the user's guide section on it, then I'll go into it real quick.
You want to hang around for another hour?
Do it.
No. Okay.
Only because I know I'm supposed to be in the dev meeting. I just realized now.
Okay.
So here's the user's guide section for the alert logging tool. And to get to it real fast, as my last trick here, if you go to Tools, Options, go to General, make sure Display CSV Logging Tool is checked. And then if you right-click any scan, you will see, right-click any alert window or top list. It will not work with any other window, period. Alert list, top list, hard stop, no other window. Check the alert logging down here. If you check that, it'll start to log into a CSV file in your Trade Ideas Pro folder. You cannot change the path. You cannot change anything with it. Again, why? Management and development decisions. And you'll see that appear here in your TI Pro folder, those log files here as whatever you've got it set up as. And that is my magic trick. And I will stop sharing the screen now.
Bye. See you next week. Okay,
see you all next week. Thanks, Barry. Thanks, everybody. Right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Guys, I just took over the screen. Back in both rooms now. Just give me one moment as I get my music going. Announcement. Okay, guys. Now, some of you may have seen that I've been putting these price alerts on ERAs. I am in a short on ERAs. Why? Well, you're right around here, just as I was coming out of my break, I saw the downturn in ERAs. I see the downturn in the market. I saw this little action here, and then I said, you know what? Just take this. You have a very easy stop price. And so far, yeah, so far so good on the ERA short. And I keep putting price alerts to induce it downwards. I wish it were that simple. Now, you see, it's getting a little parabolic for me. You see how a couple of things have happened on the trade wave, on the TI wave. The wave has expanded. It's gotten fatter. And the bars are losing, they're not touching the bottom here of the wave. So with that in mind, I am going to cover some. Okay, I'm covering some just because of that. I'm thinking it's getting a little parabolic. Want to protect myself in case all of a sudden it has a scoot upwards. Still a positive stock, you know, so there's nothing. It's just a different name. It's just a different name, Jay. It's exactly the same. Just rebranded it. That's all. It's exactly the same. Come on down. Wow. Here's the VWAP 2208. Boy, could we get even closer to the VWAP? I don't even look at trade wave. Okay, I only look at trade wave. Sorry, TI wave as if I click. I didn't see the sell flag. That had no bearing on it. Okay, for me, I just like what I saw at right there. And so now that I'm in the trade, then I follow the wave down. It has no bearing on whether I saw a sell flag before. Okay, you know, if there happened to have been a sell flag there, and I wanted the trade, great. But it has no. I used the TI wave to keep me in trades longer. That's all. No bearing. It has. I don't care whether I see a sell flag or a buy flag so much as keeping me in the trade once I'm in the trade. Would I like to have an alert, a scan that showed me sells and buy? Sure, but you know that's for tomorrow, guys. And hammer the CEO of Trade Ideas. Keep asking him the question. I shouldn't say hammer, but you know what I mean. You know, should have taken the Obi guys. 11-11. 11-11. Didn't do it. See how now it's maybe starting to curl up? Again, that's how I look at this. This is there's no video on this. This is just what I've noticed since I started using the wave. And then when it gets fat and the bars loose don't touch the bottom of the wave, I start to take some off. I'm not out of everything, because and that's what the wave can help me do is keep in this trade because it may turn down again. I'm just protecting myself in case it does start to spurt upwards. Bag of coffee and some golf balls. Yeah, I don't know what happened to that coffee. I know Dan was promoting some coffee. You talking about the videos that we're doing right now? I mean, well, they're very long, of course, every single day. They're about 6 hours long. So I don't know how you'd go back and rewatch unless you knew the time. I don't know how long they stay on. He probably knows. I have no idea how long they stay on. Okay, guys, let's see. I'm just looking now. I'm just looking now at a couple things on my thumbnail charts on my other monitor, and nothing looks good. Really, nothing is standing out. The only thing that's actually standing out right now is the potential short at HPE after I went long earlier. But I don't know. I mean, the market is moving down, dragging a lot of stocks with it now, the large cap stocks. So when I look at HPE, it did win a race. I had to do a reboot. But look at HPE. Look a lot better if I did something like this. Shrunk this up a bit. But choppy. It's not nice. It's not a smooth move down. There you go. Pepe says years. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. I don't know why we keep them up for years, but anyway. So there's the answer to your question, Darch. You don't want to how long do these videos stay on? Well, Pepe says years. Okay, I'm still now. Here's what I do though. Okay, this is probably turned blue. No, not yet. Okay, I'm going to try to hold on, even though this is moving against me. I mean, I've already took some out here, so that just in case this is just a momentary blip up. Even on the 1 minute chart, it hasn't turned blue. Had it turned blue, I'd be out. That's what I do. I go down a time frame. 2 minute it is still. But remember what I was saying. You got that wave got fat. Now let's see if that helps because there's no question. I would have normally been out of my entire trade on the short right here. But let's see if this was just a little flip up, maybe another move down, maybe to the VWAP. While I wait to see if that happens, I'm going to go over my homepage one last time today. Oops, almost shut down the room accidentally. Okay, so I'm going to put my homepage link in now. So on my homepage, you will find a way to take out a subscription. Now, a little bit convoluted, but let me explain it. So if you're willing to take out a premium annual subscription, premium annual, you can get 30% off using my code Barry30. If you want to take a 1 month premium subscription, 1 month of the premium subscription, remember the discount's only good for the first month. You can use my code 25 Barry. That'll get you 25% off. And for the other two, a standard monthly or a standard annual, you can get 15% off either one. Okay. Remember, take out a monthly subscription. The discount's only good for the first month. So if you do take out a subscription sometime in the future, all I ask, use my code. I moderate 2 trading rooms. One's a YouTube room, and the other room is here. Way more action in this room. So if you're sitting on YouTube wondering about what am I talking about, this trading room it's free. A lot more interaction amongst other traders. Plus, it's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking to come into a room before the 9:30 open, this is it. It'll be open at 6. It's open at 6:45. Now I'm not on the mic. Obi opens the room at 6:45. He's on the East Coast. I live in Vancouver, so too early for me to do that. So thank you, Obi, for doing that. Then I leave sometime between usually 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. When I leave, though, the room is still open. William keeps this room open typically between 3:30 and 3:45. So on a big day, the room is open from 6:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. Okay? And thank you, William, for doing that. And if you scroll down a little bit more from my homepage, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And guess what? It's free. Oh, I see. So actually, William says he might keep it open to 3:50 today, as long as people are talking. "Quote unquote," it got dead early yesterday, so we closed earlier yesterday. So it's up to you guys. Now, I will keep my screen. My layout will still be up and running until 3:30. Okay. So even though I leave, my layout will still be up and running. So you can see the action in the races. You can see the crawl here. Back to the trade of the week. It is free. You get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. And education. So if you're thinking about taking out a subscription or you are just taking out now, this is mandatory. If you're just taking it out now, getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. And if you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering if it's a good fit for you, what I would do is start off with that second video, go to the end. That should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Okay. These monthly subscriptions you can unsubscribe at any time. And back to basics. This is for people who are new to trading. A 3 series or 15 of them of videos for you if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans, etc., and you click on my homepage link, scroll down, and here they are. So this race over here. The large cap gainers is right here. This is a volatile race. The other one is a volatile race. A lot of you get some big percentage moves. Upside versus downside movers is here, and here's the halts or zooms is down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. And I have some other scans that I'm currently sharing. I don't have the momentum scan up. I don't have the gap scan up. I don't have the Pepe combo scan up, but I do have the William up down 25 cents up. Wanted to see what it would look like today. Too many alerts for me. I should have tightened up the filters perhaps, but you can ask me questions about the scans or anything else about trade ideas. I will do my best to answer them. If it's an accounting question, I can't answer that, but I will be able to direct you to the people who can. Okay, guys, so you can see that ERS is having a little bit of a downtrend. So I'll have to see if I'm going to get rewarded for holding on. We'll put a price alert down here around 22.36 and see if we can get even closer to the VWAP right down here. The VWAP is at around $22. All right, guys. Well, I didn't take it, but HPE short looks pretty good right now, but I did not take it. Advanced trip to Islamabad for nuclear talks put on hold. All right, I guess that's the reason. Put on hold for what reason? That's between John. That'll be between you and your broker. Okay. I mean, it might have moved. I can't. We can't help. Can't help you there. Okay. I mean, it depends. Did you put a? I mean, it's who's your broker? You probably have to ask them. Yeah, you'd have to ask them, John. It's impossible for me to know. You had to buy 2,500 shares at 0.041, and I mean, so you've got. So you should be happy then, right? Though, I mean, so because you got to fill at a better price. I mean, I can't tell you why though. You'd have to ask your broker. but you're not upset. Oh, I see. The last trade was at 0.04. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's such a small, it's such a cheap stock. I don't know. Maybe the bid ask. I mean, I couldn't answer that. You'd have to see what the. No idea. I see what you mean now. Sophie, well, Sophie, what are you trying to do with it, Estrella? Shorted, go long, bounce. Sophie, I mean, the next low looking left was 1909, so it's below that. The next low looking left now is 1855, so there's some room, I suppose, if it takes out 19. But what are you looking for? A bounce? So I look at these whole numbers as a potential bounce area, but well, this is a pink sheet stock too. Well, you know what? I mean, a pink sheet stock, they're a different animal, John. So no idea. Plus, only 2,200 shares traded. So what did you take? I don't understand it. There's only, so you took all but 100 that has traded today? I mean, that's probably the reason. I mean, it's just, oh, I see. Okay. Well, you must have some resolve in it because this does not trade very much. Even the big day was here at around 300,000. Sorry, that's a big week. Hmm. Okay, Sophie, for a bounce or an entry, okay? Well, the best, it's hard to know now. I mean, look, it was holding 19, so you may have missed it. Okay, you may have missed. I mean, I don't know how much it's going to bounce. It's down for the day. The market is weak, so you would not expect bounces to be that robust. Okay, for some of these stocks that are really going to track the market. I mean, you can see what it's doing. It's sort of tracking. There's the SPY bouncing a bit, and so is Sophie. So it's really tracking the market. So you should have, in my opinion, maybe the SPY chart up, or some way to track the market because it is basically following what the market is doing right now. So you're at the mercy of the overall market. ATII is a new IPO. Okay. Yeah, it's a SPAC. Okay, share. I don't look at SPACs at all. Understand what a SPAC is? They come out at $10, but a new one. Well, it's not that new. I mean, it started trading as in April of last year. So this is not. Or am I on the right one? ATIIO. Are you talking about ATII? Well, that'll be a warrant of some sort. Okay, so I'm assuming. Yeah, it's a warrant. So, but it's been trading. It's not new. It depends what you mean by new. I don't trade warrants at all. So, mean, you can treat the warrant like a stock. I mean, in terms of trading it, but I have to set up within Interactive Brokers. I have to set up a way to trade it. And I just don't trade warrants, but you can look at the actual stock. Certainly, the warrant is up a lot more. I get it. I get now why you're maybe looking at it, but you're on your own. I mean, I just don't trade warrants. Don't know why it's up so much. So you see, here's the news. So you remember what a SPAC is. So this is the news, okay? So Archimedes is going to be taking this nano public, okay? And when will it start to trade as nano? This is supposed to happen upon closing of the transaction. So it hasn't closed yet. So it doesn't look like it hasn't closed yet. When it closes, then it'll start to trade as nano. Okay, ARII will, or ATII will disappear. Remember what a SPAC does. What a SPAC does, it's a vehicle for taking a company, a company public in an easier way than going through a lot of the hoops of call it a normal IPO. Yeah, right, eras. I've been rewarded. I have been rewarded. So you see that it was at virtually every single SPAC when they starts off at $10. So you have to think of it this way: people have put money into this called a SPAC, and then what they do once it's trading, then they start looking for a company that they want to merge with, buy, take public. Okay, usually it's a, and if they're smart, they try to hit on a hot sector, obviously crypto or AI or something like that. But it takes a while because it's just been announced now. This month, I guess, finally who they're going to be buying. It can take a long time. That's why you can see. I mean, 10 up to 10. The range is nothing over how many months? 1, 2, 3, 4. Call it a year. So SPACs became the rage, the vogue, I believe around 2018. And then there was an explosion of it, an absolute explosion. So if you're sitting there as a little private company, instead of having to go through a lot of the hoops for a traditional IPO, some SPAC might contact you and say, hey, we'll take you public. It's legal, but it was sketchy. But SEC did nothing to stop them from doing it. So now on any sort of downturn, if this doesn't take out 22, 23 or get close to it, I'll probably exit my short. But right now, still no real reason to exit my complete position. I think one of the very first famous SPACs, it was space something, the one owned by Branson. Okay, when you say should you join premium, you don't have to join premium unless you want to have access to is what we call the AI, in which you get maybe 5 to 10 alerts a day, just automatically, but you have to figure out how to trade them. Okay. There's not, if that is of interest to you, then, this is part of the premium service. Otherwise, if you were just starting out with Trade Ideas, I would just start up with the standard service. Okay. Virgin Galactica. That's what I thought. Thank you, Jay. It was Branson. It's what I thought. I think that was, if that's not the first SPAC, I think it was one of the first major SPACs. If it wasn't the first one. Now, as far as using, that other service for your charts, you could use our charts. I mean, I don't. I mean, but some people want more information in their charts. I don't need that much information in my charts, so I'm perfectly happy using our charts. Well, again, when you say it's good enough, I mean, everything you see that I basically demonstrate, other than off the odd time when I show people what alerts we have from the AI, is all part of the standard service. I would not start off with premium unless you could always upgrade later if you feel you want to. But I would start off with basic. And only go monthly, okay? Do not take out an annual. If you don't know, sounds like you don't know the program yet, so do not take out an annual subscription. The reason being is that it's a lot of money to come up with up front. And once you're in it, I mean, if you use it for a few weeks and everything, they say, you know what, I don't like it. Well, there's no refund. What one setting, Timo? Well, I mean, like these ones here. I mean, I would probably use a high market cap and a high float. So you don't want to see volatile stocks. I would probably use a higher market like this one right here. This race right here is wide open. Wide open meaning there are no. This is what I'm looking for. Okay, so here's the difference. So look at all the stocks that are in here. And we're all raced to start from a top list window. So if I click on configure, this is all hardly any filters. Just a price range. Excuse me, 1 to 50, 200,000 shares, and up 2% from yesterday's close. That's it. Okay, and these are the stocks today that are meeting the filter requirements. I look at this one, and these can be very volatile. I look at this one, open the top list. Look how few right now are meeting the filter requirements. Why? And these are larger cap stocks. That's what it sounds like. That's what you would want to have, larger cap stocks, because the market cap is at least 500 million, which a lot of people might not think that is that great or that high, and the float is 50 million. You click on the summary, you see the float market cap is at least half a billion, and the float is at least 50 million. And then in this particular case, the stock has to be near the high of the day. But I mean, these two filters right there will prevent a lot of the volatile stocks. So when you say how to pull it up, you can have this race if you want. Well, TradingView is a charting program. Okay, I mean we have charts, but we're not I wouldn't call it. We're not a full-blown charting program. But I mean, we have for me, they're fine. We have indicators. A lot of indicators here, but for some, they want more. For me, is fine. So Titan Hip, yeah, everything you just mentioned, charts, alert windows, top list windows, yes. Everything you see here is part of the standard service. I mean, I know the company's given the cutesy names, Eagle, Birdie, and all that stuff. Standard and premium. I'm still going to call it standard and premium. Okay, so this is part of the standard service. So how do you pull it up? Talking to Timo in our YouTube room. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, you'll be brought to this page. Scroll down a little bit, and when you get to the scan section, you can click on the view scans. So here are the two races. But I mean, listen, if you're, are you a subscriber right now, Timo? That's right. That's right. The main extra feature is yes, that is the main is access to the AI. Exactly. No idea, Def. We haven't had a test drive in a couple of years. I have no idea. I mean, we went to having them 4 times a year, once a quarter, to nothing. Seriously. So I have no idea when or if the next test drive is coming. So, Timo, are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas? Okay, maybe Timo's gone. See, Sophie now, remember, somebody asked me about Sophie earlier. I mean, remember, it's tracking the market basically, okay? So as long as if the market keeps doing this, a stock like Sophie is going to continue. But how long is it? There is the VWAP right there for the market 707. If it gets stalled there, all right, guys. Well, it's 1:41, so I may be leaving around 2. Again, I'll always stay later if there are questions. But William is going to keep this room open till maybe 3:50, but it depends on you guys. If you don't ask any questions, if there's no action, then you'll leave early. He'll shut the room down early. So no pressure. Did I ever have trouble switching to long or short? You mean the mindset, Jay, or what do you mean by that? Looking for longs when I should be looking for shorts. So if you're talking about a mindset, no. I mean, our program is good enough that can always give us ideas both long and short. So I'm not now, you know, when the market is ripping, I mean, it's a lot easier to go long, obviously. But even then, you might look at shorting tops, stocks that have gone too parabolic, kind of like I did with the eras. I mean, the eras, not that it was so parabolic, but see now, I just wanted to point this out because it's a strong stock, but it moved down. It was a nice little short here, took some off right there, but did not get out of everything. Watched this, thought, man, what if it takes this out? But now I'm out. Okay. So I had no problem, even though this was a reasonably strong stock to short it. Now, could I go long now? A little bit. No, if I were going to go long, it should have been obviously earlier. But no, do I have any problems going long? Or do I have the mindset, boy, I should only be going long today, or I should only be going short today? No, if that's what you're talking about. Well, but I shorted eras. Okay, I shorted this one up here. I looked, a couple things happened for me. I saw the breakdown. I was on my break, and then it popped in, and then it got down below that whole number. I love breaks of the whole number. This is something I just really like, and got that bar down. So I said, okay, take the short. Wrote it down. I'm not a great pullback player. Look at the market, guys. Now, can the market take out the VWAP? I'm going to put a price alert at the VWAP, or will that stall it? Well, the AI only starts delivering alerts the earliest at 9:40. Okay, Estrella? See, the first alert today was at 9:43. There was one at 9:46. The earliest you'll get one is 9:40. That is by design. Doesn't You will not get any alerts in the pre-market using the. I don't know what Publix is, but if it's a broker, yeah. I mean, you're not talking about auto trading. I mean, you get the alert. I don't know what Publix is. Is it where? What? Where is that? But look. You can use trade ideas with any broker you want. We're not locked into a broker. We have ways in which we can create what we call an external linking tool, so that when I click on a symbol, it loads into my broker's platform. Okay, and that's where I trade it. Yeah, I mean, so you can trade using any broker. The only thing is, I mean, I can't tell you whether or not we can establish what I call, again, this external linking. So I'm linked to my Interactive Brokers account. Okay, I click on Tools, External Linking. You see up here, I am linked to my Interactive Brokers account. What does that mean? It means that when I click on a symbol, any symbol, anywhere in Trade Ideas, it just loads into my order entry, into my Interactive Brokers account, and that's where I trade it. Okay? So if for whatever reason we could not establish a link, and most of these brokers don't care whether we can link with them or not, but if we can't establish, then you'd have to type the symbol in. Okay, and so you have this alert here, XRTX, and before somebody says, yeah, but what if that's too late? By the time I type it in, it's already gone 2 or 3 cents. These are not designed just to make 2 or 3 cents. So if you saw XR earlier today, XRTX, the alert was at 280. You click on the charts, you like what you see, and if we can establish a link, then you just you'll type the symbol into your platform and trade it. Well, I was also watching the market, Jay. Okay, and I thought, remember, these are larger cap stocks. Okay, so they're going to follow the market a little bit more. So I was watching the market do this, and I thought, okay, I'm going to get on the right side of the market. And you can see what's happened. I mean, the market's doing this, so is yours. So Estrella, did that make sense? What I said? You can use any broker with trade ideas. Okay, we're a scanning tool. I mean, that's what we are. Oh yeah, I'm more of an probably more of an intuitive because you're not going to find a video that says, okay, if a stock breaks down below the whole number, you should really take a look at shorting it. Okay, I mean that's just something that I like, and I like to see stocks when they break over the whole number and hold over, and then I can use the whole number as a stop area. Either if I shorted it, if I and had this gone above 23, I would have been out. You know, I just look at the whole numbers as psychological numbers. No, the alerts do not come through email. Okay, they do not come through email. These are now again, Estrella. If you're the only thing that is delivered to you automatically, okay, without your having to have any input, is this the AI, Holly? Okay, the part of the premium service. Everything else is user defined. I mean, I'm sharing. I can share a lot of what I got here, but everything else is kind of so. When you say recommended symbols for the day, not that I'm not going to trade every single symbol I see. Okay, I want to see these symbols because they're meeting some kind of a filter requirement. But now I've got to click on the symbol and say, okay, do I want to trade it? Okay. Yeah, my only rule, Jay, well, it's a big one though, is money management. That's my unwavering rule, if you will. Putting a stop in and getting out. If the trade doesn't work, I'm out. I know where I'm getting it out. I know where I'm getting out of the trade with a manageable loss if the trade isn't working. That's my biggest rule. Probably my most important rule. Oh, I had my share of well, before I even knew what I was doing, I had my share of big losses, sure. Years and years and years ago. I big losses now because I follow my rules in terms of getting out. So do I have losses? Of course I do, but my losses are what I would call manageable. I do not, for instance, I try not to trade in the first 15 minutes of the day. I made a slight exception today with the logo, but and I could have got hurt. I could have got hurt on it, not because I traded in the first 15 minutes of the day, but because it was such an erratic trader. But I took a bit of a chance on the Lobo, but the way I trade is that I have a stop, I know where I'm getting out, and I try to risk about the same amount every trade. So if I'm risking, say, two or $300 a trade, I don't turn around on the next trade. Oh, I think I'll risk 500 on this one. Oh, I'll risk 100 on the next one after that. I try to risk about the same amount on every trade. And what I don't do, though, say I risk $300 on a trade, I lose. I don't say, okay, you know what? I better risk 600 on the next one so I can recoup that loss and make some money. Did I used to? Yes. Before I understood that that is a terrible way to trade. And that's really why I don't trade in the first 15 minutes most of the time, because when I was doing that, I was finding I was getting some losses early and I was always playing catch up all day. So I thought, you know what? Wait out that first 15, because in the first 15 and 30 minutes, I mean, not that after 15 everything is settled down, but certainly after in the first 15 minutes, you see stocks moving up and down, up and down, up and down. So I decided, forget about it. The stock starts moving up and it keeps going. Well, so be it. I've seen some candles half green and half red. Are you talking about trade ideas, AJ? Sorry, I just seeing your. Okay, give me, give me. Yeah, and that's another. Okay, William, I don't know. You're saying not exactly the same thing, but here's something else. If I'm having a pretty good day, okay, and let's just say my risk amount is $300 a trade, just say having a pretty good day. What I'll start to do is reducing that risk amount. I don't want to give it back. I don't have to keep trading all day if I don't want to. But what I'll probably do is maybe like reduce my risk in half, maybe only risk 150. If I'm already having a pretty good day, I don't want to start giving it back. But if I do want to keep trading, I'll probably, I'll just start reducing my risk. Okay, Hal, a 1 minute chart. Okay. And of course, I'm going to have to go to, I guess, a candlestick chart. Okay, so what are we looking at? Bottoming tails and topping tails, or like what do we look? What is the question? Half, some candles half green and half red. Okay, I do not see that. I don't see. I mean, I know my green would be blue. Okay, but I'm not seeing that. Must be a red. Must be a bit of a glitch. I don't see how that can happen. And I also do the same thing. Okay, so William says I vary my varies his risk. So it's a little bit like card counting. Okay, if you understand card counting, if you can kind of sense by counting that the deck is a little more in your favor, that's when people start varying their bets. So yes, I mean there are setups, and then there are setups. So sure, for instance, you always hear me talking about looking left. If I'm considering a trade and then I look left and there's a ton of room, before it hits that next high in a daily chart, I probably will maybe increase my risk a little bit, but not. But I'm not talking about if my normal risk is 300 shares or 100 shares, and now I'm going to risk 1,000. I'm sorry, $100. Now I'm going to go and risk 1,000. But sure, within reason, I will vary my risk amount if I think that it's really, really in my favor. Exactly, they them trades. It's exactly card counting, which is illegal. But That's why I thought the Lobo. Now, granted, I didn't know what a daily high was here in this month, but I mean, when the Lobo this morning, I was saying if it can take out 122, look out because when you look left on the monthly chart, 241. Now, realistically, I guess I should have backed out the daily chart, get into this month just to see if they're okay. Maybe it's the wrong. It's semantics. If the casinos catch you doing it, they'll kick you out. How's that? So you're right. They just kick you out. You're right. It is not illegal. You won't be thrown in jail. Yeah, exactly. They don't want you to take. They don't. I had a friend who went down to Vegas many, many years ago, and now this was before. I don't know how many decks they use now. 4 or 8 decks. It's almost impossible now, but I think 1 or 2 decks. And I used to practice with him, and I'd just be flipping the cards over fairly rapidly, and he'd be counting, 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 counting. All about plus minus, and he'd have to come at the end of the 52. We did with a 52 card deck. I can't remember what the number was, but he'd have to come up with that number at the end every time. And boy, I helped him, and he did not bad, but he didn't have enough money to start. But he was one of these guys that could do a lot of math right in his head. That is a lost art nowadays. I actually can't stand casinos. I just don't like the clackety clack clack of the chips and people sitting there at machines and pulling the lever. I just can't. There's something I find it distasteful. And I'm not talking. Listen, I mean, if people go to casinos, I don't. I'm not talking you guys being distasteful, but yeah, I don't like the noise. Anyway, well, guys, here's Ampex now. This is turning into maybe a potential short. Look how it's running. Oh, on a 1 minute chart. Oh, that does not help. But you see how it's run away now. And now where is this is but this is an all-time it's not an all-time high. Not an all-time high. I'd have to go back. I guess this is the all-time high over here. Excuse me, around $26. When was that? That was back in September of 2022. So about 4 years ago. Not quite 4 years ago. Okay, guys, it's 2:03, so I'm going to start to wrap this up unless there are questions. If you have questions, I'll certainly stick around. But what I'm going to do, I'll put the announcement up first, okay? Now you may see me still poking around with my mouse. So if I I happen to be here and there's a question, I'll certainly answer it. Oops. All right, so 3:30 p.m. Eastern time, maybe later, but I usually try. I know William says you're going to keep the room open maybe to 3:50, but I sometimes I'm doing stuff and I don't want to accidentally display what I'm doing. Okay, now for the YouTubers, I will put my homepage link in because you can still head over there. The main room will be open still until 3:50, as long as there are questions. Not from me, but as long as there's action in the room. So Estrella, okay, just to get okay, I if you click on my homepage link, just to let you know, there is another room, okay? Talking to Estrella in a YouTube room. So this is the trading room I'm talking about. This room is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Okay. I don't open it up. Obi in this room opens it up at 6:45. So if you're looking for some pre-market action, talk and communicating with other traders, you can come into this room. It's free. I get on the mic both rooms at around 9. Now it depends. There's some. I try to make it at 10. Or sorry, 10. Did I say 10? I meant 9. If I said 10. And then I go up until this point right now, in which, but I'll always say later if there are questions. But when you say and share symbols, you'll see my screen. Yes. If you're talking about this, you will see this every day, this layout every day that I'm displaying. But I'm also sharing. I'm sharing these so you can have them on your own monitor, and others that I don't have up and running, but I do have other scans that I've created and I'm also sharing. And so when we say every morning, of course, we're talking Monday to Friday, not Saturday and Sunday. Okay, guys, so I'm going to shut down the YouTube room, okay? Because I can't. There's nobody left to monitor it, so I do have to shut it down. So YouTubers, we'll see you tomorrow at around 9, okay, on the mic at 9.